In this tutorial, we would talk about Django. So Django is a Python-based web framework. So in this tutorial, we will learn about what requirements we need to have on our machine to run Django. So what tools and code editors we require to have so that we can run Django on your local machine. So before I start, I would like to show the content we are going to be covering in this video. So first we will discuss about Django by the official documentation of the Django. Then we will talk about the tools and code editors, what we require them and why we need them. And then we will talk about how the steps to install Django. So these are the steps how we can install Django and how we can start or create a Django project and a Django app on our local machine. So Django is a high-level Python web framework that encourages rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. So it was built by experienced developers. It takes care of much of the hassle of web development, so you can focus on writing your app without needing to reinvent the wheel. It's free and open source. In that Django is usually based on MVT pattern, model, view, template. So this I'm referring to the official documentation of the Django. So it says there is a model layer. So model layer is used for structuring and manipulating the data of your web application. So the M stands for model, and this model layer is used for structuring and manipulating the data of your web application. The next we have is the view layer, and the view is responsible to encapsulate the logic responsible for processing a user's request and for returning the response. So all the business logic is encapsulated inside the view layer, and it is responsible for building the logic and how the user can request and how you respond to that particular request. So this is all about in the view layer. So next we have is the template layer. So template layer provides a designer-friendly syntax for rendering the information, how you want to present the data to the user. So all the front-end part, that is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, is there in the template layer. So how you can design your front-end parts, how you can want to show that data or you show that design, your page to the user, is all defined inside the template layer. Before we create a Django server on our local machine and we run it on our local machine, you can go to the official website of the Python. You can move to downloads, then according to your operating system you can download Python. And please make sure one thing here, that when you have downloaded the Python and when you run the installer, what you have to do is you will get a window like this on your screen, and it says like install Python 3.6.2, a 64-bit version. What you need to do is make sure to enable this option, that add Python 3.6 to path. So because this would add Python 3. Any version you are using, that is type Python 3.x, the x could be 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8 to the path, and you can access Python via command line. I will show this you. Yeah, I would open the command line. Yeah, this looks better with a good font size. So what I want you to do is, now when you have installed Python on your local machine, you just need to type Python. It says Python 3.8.1. After downloading and installing Python to your path and running Python from the command line, you can move to SQLite Studio. And the SQLite Studio used to interact with the SQLite database. Initially you are going to work with SQLite database in Django. So you can this provides you a graphical user interface. So you can click on this link, download Windows binary, open in link. So I'm opening this link in the new tab. So what you can do, according to your operating system, you can download the file from here and install it on your machine. Next, what you can do is install Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio Code is the code editor we are going to use. For this series we are going to use Visual Code Studio, because the best part of this is that it has an integrated terminal inside it. So I can show you this thing, like this is the Visual Studio Code, and like we are doing some projects, so we can interact with the Visual Studio Code as well. Now in third part, like we have covered the A and the B part, and in the third part we are going to see steps to install Django. So what you can do is open your command line. I would recommend you to run this command, pip. Pip is a Python based package manager, so it helps you to install packages and libraries externally via command line. So what you need to type is pip install Django. So this will install Django on your machine, but like I have already installed Django on my machine, so it might tell me that requirement already satisfied because I have already installed Django on my local machine. So to check this, what you can do, I would recommend you to type Python. So Python has been run via command line and now type import Django. Now then next you can type Django dot version. So this will return me the Django version which has been installed successfully on my machine. So that this looks great that Django has been installed on my machine. So first what you need to do is pip install Django, and you need to run this command. So next time we are going to work with Visual Studio Code with the integrated terminal. So after opening your terminal, what you need to do is move to desktop, then move to that folder CD programming knowledge. So I am inside this folder, and now I'm going to run directory command. So it shows me that a hello.py file has been and a folder called notes has been there. So what I need to do is Django admin start project. This could be any project name you want to give, my project. Now I would run the directory command. So this says my project there is a folder called my project which has been installed in the current directory, and this is due to this command Django admin start project my project. So you can here see that my project has been installed successfully. Now the Django project has been created, and if you want to start a app, so as I mentioned earlier, that inside this there is a manage.py file. So you can run this file via command line if you specify Python as a prefix to this file name. So in the same way we can run this manage.py file via command line if you use Python as a prefix. So what I'm trying to say is, like, you move to the inside the Django project folder, which is my project named here CD my project. Now what you need to do is run the directory command. So there is a file called manage.py. You can run this file if Python manage.py. So you are able to run this file, but in addition to this, I'm also specifying something start app, and it could be my app. So let me clear one thing here. So it's a bit. So first I created I was inside my programming knowledge directory. Then I created a folder called my project. So this is a Django project. So inside a Django project, I created an app, which I'm specifying like this: Python manage.py. Inside the project folder, I'm trying to create an app with the name my app. I want to tell you one thing, that inside a Django project there can be multiple apps. So, or we can say like there can be multiple apps inside a single Django project. Okay, so like by using this command we are going to create an app. So I would say Python manage.py start app my app. So when I move to my folder, I would say my app. So my app has been created inside my project folder. In the same way, I can do one thing extra. I can do my app too. Oh, so this also works. So like what I told you, that inside my Django project, single Django project, I have created two apps. One is my app and another is my app too. So what I wanted to tell you, that inside a single Django project you can create multiple apps. So far we have moved to this. Now in the last one, what you are going to run, if you want to run the Django server on a local machine, what you need to do is you should be inside your project folder and type Python manage.py run server. So this says Django version 3.0.1 using settings my project.settings starting developer server at this, and this is 127.0.0.1, and this is the 8000 is the port number. So I want to tell you that this is your local host address till 127.0.0.1 and 8000 is your port number. So either you can copy this address or you can simply do one thing. Since 127.0.0.01 is your local host address, what you can type is simply type local host and specify the port number, and port number was 8000. So this would, okay, now you can see this page is being loaded here. So what we can do, we can quit the server with the control break command. I think there seems any issue with this. I would again run this command. Okay, so this shows that this has been, now it has been started on my machine. So now this has, so this is the, so you have to use this command Python manage.py run server. So this has started the server on my local machine with the address 127.0.0.1:8000. So this means that that address was localhost and the port number was 8000. I had simply typed localhost colon 8000. So the server is running successfully. So the install worked successfully. Congratulations. So from here you can refer to the Django documentation, tutorial, a polling app, Django community. I wanted to tell you that in the previous tutorial I told you like we were going to move with the request and response part, but before this I wanted to show you that I wanted to discuss a very important topic with you, and that was about virtual environment. So I only want to focus on this topic only in this lecture, because this topic has its own unique importance and value, because it has a good concept in itself, and you need to have a good knowledge about virtual environments, how you can work with virtual environment variables. So because this would really help you. Like suppose you can have two cases here. I'm just giving you two scenarios why you need to learn about virtual environment. Suppose you have made your Django project and you want to deploy this Django project online. So in order to deploy this Django project online, you're on a server, you need to have a record of all the external libraries, dependencies, and packages you have used in this project in a file called requirements.txt, so that the server can install those dependencies, packages, and libraries on the server, on the cloud. I mean, the server can install that dependencies, packages, and libraries on the cloud. Then the server will install your application on the cloud, and with the help of both the things, when both the things get installed, then you are only able to run this application. Or second case, you can have that when you are working in a team, and there might be a possibility you want to share this code with someone else, you want to share this whole project with someone else, and they want to run this project on their machine or server as well. But if they want to run this project or on their machine or the server, they need to have the list of those external libraries, packages, and dependencies you have mentioned in your project, so that they can get those dependencies installed on either on their machine or on their server in order to run this particular application. So without any further delay, I again welcome you all to programming knowledge. And my first step would be, I have created a folder on my desktop with the name programming knowledge, and the very first step I am going to do is create a Django project. Django admin start project my first project. So when I run this command, so I'm able to create a project inside this directory. Here you can see this. You can even run the directory command as well. So this would make sure that you have created the project. Now when you have made the project, you would move into the project folder with the command cd my first project. So I'm inside the my project directory now. So now I would create a simple, I would say that I would initialize an app inside this project folder. So you can get familiar with these command lines in my previous tutorial with the name Python manage.py start app, and you can name anything with your first app. I would name this as my first app. So this looks good. So this has created a app inside my project directory. So to ensure this, I would again run the directory command, and it says my first has been installed. So I'm going slow with this because this has a very important concept now. Now I would run Python manage.py run server. Now I hope the server gets started. Okay, now it's running. So either you can copy this address or you can say local host is same as 127.0.1. I mean 127.0.0.1. Now it's with the port number 8000. So the localhost colon 8000 is same as this address. So this is the same as localhost colon 8000. Now I would want you to terminate this, kill this server. So I would cross this, and now I would open the command line again. Now I want to tell you why I'm going to show this. I'm going slow with this because this is a very important concept. So now I would move to my desktop. I would move to the programming knowledge folder. Then I would go to the my project folder. Okay, so now I'm inside my project folder. So you can have a graphical view of it also. So this is the app being created. I'm inside my project folder. So now, I started the server and it was running fine. So I will refresh this page. So the server won't run now, I guess. So it's not running. So because I had terminated the process. So okay, now it looks fine. So now what I want to tell you is you can open your command line and type pip install virtualenv. This package is particularly needed to create a virtual environment. So this says requirement already satisfied because I already installed this. And now I would move to my project directory and create a virtual environment variable with virtualenv. Now you can give any name to this. It could be my environment, my first environment, Django environment variable. It could be any name. So you can have a name of your own. So I would give it my env. So this process takes a minute or so. So this would create a virtual environment variable. So by the time it gets installed, I would like to tell you something. Like till now we have created our environment variable name. Now we need to, in order to use this environment variable name, we need to activate this. And why we are doing so? Because this would help us to keep track record of all those dependencies and packages required in order to be mentioned in requirements.txt file, so we can use them. So this is a good process. So now, this environment has been installed. Now I would activate. So I would type. So before this, I would like to show you that I'm in the folder programming knowledge. Now I'm in the project directory. This my env variable has been initialized with the folder. So you can have a look at this folder, my env scripts. Then there is activate. So in order to activate this variable, so what I need to do is I would go. So this is the same as I would go my env / scripts / activate. Activate. Please make sure the direction of slash sign. So you should please make a note of it. So this would activate the virtual environment inside my project. Yeah, this looks pretty good. So the my env is now working here as a virtual environment variable, which will help us to keep track record of our things. So what I want you to do is, the first thing I want you to do, that earlier we ran the command python manage.py run server, and the server had started on our machine. So that looked pretty simple. Now I would type the same command again, python, sorry for this, python manage.py run server. So now you see this process doesn't get started. So it says couldn't import Django. Are you sure it's installed and available on your Python environment variable? So the environment variable, did you forget to activate a virtual environment? But I'm pretty sure the virtual environment is activated. And this time I wanted to show you this because I would again run this command and it would give me the same error, because I want to tell you that the Django has been installed on my machine. So I want to tell you one thing, that Django has installed on my machine but not inside my virtual environment. So I would repeat this, the Django earlier had installed inside my local machine but not inside my virtual environment. So this is the same case where you might want to work with when you work in a team and you might share the code with someone, and somebody might add an external dependency. So how you can keep track that external dependency has been added on your project? So how will you keep a track record of those things? So you will keep a track record of those things via environment variable and requirement.txt. The very next command I would tell you, to install Django inside my virtual environment, I would simply type pip install Django. So this would install Django inside my virtual environment. So I would want to repeat. So this would install Django on my inside my virtual environment. So yeah, great. So Django has been installed on a machine. Then the first thing you need to type is, so I would like to tell you that I'm inside my project directory. So Django has been installed. So in order to make sure this, I would type this command pip freeze requirement.txt. So I would run the directory command. Now you can see a file called requirement.txt has been created, and I would open that file. Now this is the point I want to show you, that in order to run this project, I need Django as an external, because Django is a Python based web framework. So it is an external package, or you can say dependency, which Python uses to make web applications. So this Python package Django is needed with the version 3.0.2 in order to run this application. So suppose I want to tell you, so this is now I will run the command, because now I have made sure that inside my requirement.txt Django has been installed inside my virtual environment. I specified those environment variables, packages, dependency inside the file requirement.txt. Now I made sure that Django has been installed inside my virtual environment. Now I would run the command python manage.py run server. So this would start the server. Now you can see that inside my environment variable, I ran this command and this worked. So I would go to this, I would refresh this page. Now the server has started successfully. So until now we have covered till this part. Sorry for this. So what I mean with this command, suppose I want to tell you that, suppose we are working on a project, and someone like I want to show you an example of this. So these are the, suppose you are working on a data science project and you are working on a platform like Django, and someone might have come with must have added these three dependencies. So what you can do is you can add those dependencies. Suppose I'm just for an example, someone was working with and had added those dependencies on your project as well. So you can utilize this by, you can install these dependencies, your packages, or by running a command. I would tell you. So I would first terminate this process. So I would open my command line. So I would go to the desktop folder, then programming knowledge. So now I will run the directory command. So yes, requirement.txt is here, and I can read this file. So I would type the command pip install -r requirements.txt. So this line means that install all those dependencies which are present inside the file requirements.txt in order to get working with this project. So this would install all those dependencies. So
this might happen that already few of those dependencies might be already satisfied. Like I said, this dependency is already satisfied, and this might be upgraded into something. So this is requirement already satisfied. Now, when I came to matplotlib, so it started with the process of installing those library. So what I mentioned you, so there might be a case that someone might come and add a new uh, package or dependency to it. So you might need this in order to run the full application, whole application. So to keep a track record of the dependencies required, you need to specify them in a file called requirement.txt, and the server does the very same thing when you deploy your application. And the server, in order to run the application on cloud, you need to define those dependencies which are needed to run the application. So this is a very important concept, and to install those you can run this command pip install -r requirements.txt in order to run all those applications. So thank you very much. So I would like to show you one thing, that from now we are going to work on VS Code, and this is my project structure, and I would like to show you a graphical view of my project as well. So this is my project with the name my first project. I have an app named my first app, and I have created my env, and here you can see I have activated my virtual environment variable, and I have created a requirements.txt file as well. So if you have any doubts regarding this, and if this thing seems new to you, so you can refer to my previous two videos. So what I'm going to show you, so this is going to be very interesting tutorial. From now we are going to be learning this is going to be very hands-on tutorial. So, and it's going to be very interesting also. So what I'm going to show is that first we would define a URL scheme, and then we will generate a response to it. So what we need to do is, I would like to have a brief overview of my structure as well. So this is, I'm inside my first project folder. So there are various files with the extension .py files. So one of the important files here is url.py file. So like in this tutorial we are going to be working with this file. So before, and the second file is settings.py file. So first thing you need to do is move to your settings.py file, and inside the installed apps you have to mention the app you have created with the name. Like this is the app which I made, so you have to mention your app name inside settings.py file, my first app. Okay, and now what I'm telling you, the second thing you need to do is like there is a urls.py file in this directory. So what you need to do is create another url.py file. So like this is, there are two directories, my first project. So there is an already urls.py file inside my project directory, because I told you that inside a single Django project there can be multiple apps. So you need to create a urls.py file for this app as well. So what you need to do, click here, new file, urls.py. So I have created this file, and now what I'm going to tell you, that there are now two urls.py file. One is inside my directory my first app, and one is inside my directory my first project. So I would also have a graphical view to it. So I'm inside my first project folder, and there is already a urls.py file inside it, and now there is a urls.py file in this folder as well. Okay, so you can see that now there are two urls.py file. One is inside this folder and one is inside this folder. So what I need to mention my Django project, that you need to include urls.py file which is inside my folder called my first app. So first you need to include this, you would type here include, and second path include, and you have to mention here my first app.urls. So this is that I mentioned that under the root directory you have to include my first app.urls. So this looks pretty fine. Now I would define the URLs here. So from there you can use the first line. You need to add this from Django.urls import path. So I would move to here from Django.urls import path, and then you need to define a list of URL patterns. Okay, so this looks pretty same as this also, because here you can see they have included this from Django.urls import path as well, and URL patterns is the list. So this looks pretty fine here. Now I would define the first path to be this, but before I want to tell you that the URL will only work when there is a function call defined to that particular URL. So for that, what you need to do is, for you, what I'm going to tell you, you need to add this line, because this url.py is present here, so you would type from current directory import views. So what is the importance of these two lines is that you have to create your views here. So what they mean by is that for this particular URL you have to mention a function call. So I would do one thing, that I would mention this path and call views dot my function call. Okay, and I would name this as index. So index is used to refer the path name. So I would tell you the importance of index. I would tell you the importance of name, why we mention names, and when they are used, when we and how can we use them in how can we use them in the templates. Okay, so what I'm telling you, that this path to call views.myFunctionCall, this could be any function name with the name, and I have given this name URL as a specific name called index. Okay, so now you would move to views.py file and define a function myFunctionCall, and this takes a request as a parameter. So this is you have to define this, because you are making a request to this function call. And now to generate a response, what you need to type is you need to import there are two types of responses. One is HTTP response and another is JSON response. So what you need to type is from Django.http import HTTP response as well as JSON response. So I think now it should work pretty fine, and I would generate a response, return HTTP response of hello world. So now I would first have a quick recap of this, that I have first included urls.py file. First thing I did is include my app inside this. Then I have included my first app.url inside my urls.py file of my first project. Then I mentioned this path, and I made a function call to this path using the views file, because in the views.py file you mentioned your function call. So I meant my function call, and I named this particular URL as index, and inside my first function call I generated a HTTP response. So I think this should work fine now. I would say Python manage.py run server. So this should work fine. Okay, the server has started. So I would okay, yeah, this looks pretty good. So you can see because I didn't mention I didn't mention any word here, so it mentioned as a root directory. So when I passed on this URL, when I called my URL, this particular URL, the root directory, so it called my function call inside my views.py file, and when I went to the views.py file, so it had a request as a parameter, and it generated HTTP response of this hello world. So So this was the first thing. Now what you can do, you can pass parameters as well. So what you need to do, I will show you one thing for sure. Another thing, what you can do is you can copy this line and you can name this as about, and you can call this my function about, and you can give this as about. Okay, and now I'm making a path called about and views.my function about. So it says my first app.views has no attribute my function about, so I need to define that. So I would define this as well. Okay, for quick overview, I would copy this and I would generate about response. Okay, and I would now call this function my function about. So what I did here is I made a request to /about from my root directory, and it called my function about, and I gave this URL a particular name about, and it went to views.py file and called this particular function, and I would go back to my server. So right now on the root it is generating hello world, but as soon as I made a request to the about page, so it says about response. So this is pretty good. So now you can understand the theory. So you can also do one thing. Now what you can do is copy this line as well and name this as add my function, or you can add int, or you can save this simply as views.add. Now I am telling this route what I can mention showed you, like you can also pass parameters as well. So to pass the integer, I would type like this. So I would move back to this and type int, like you have to mention the int, then a colon, then age. So this is going to be int a, then int b. Okay, and now I have to define the views.add. So I would go to def add. Now the first parameter is going to be request. The second parameter is going to the integer which I'm taking, which was suppose I'm here naming as x, or you can for simplicity use a, then b. So what you need to do is return HTTP response of a plus b. So I think it should work now. Now what I'm telling you to add two integers. The first one is going to be 1 and second one is going to be 2. So it should work. Yeah, now it has given me two integers of 1 and 2, and it returned an HTTP response with an output 3. The one thing I wanted to show you, will this work if I change this a comma b to x comma y? X plus y. So this is all a part of learning process. So I should make sure the server is running. Yes, the server is running. So first thing is I would move to this. Yeah, it's working. Now I would move to this about. Yes, working. Now I would move to add part. Add 4, 5. So this doesn't work. Okay, so why this didn't work? Because I had mentioned here in the urls.py file that I'm going to get a as a parameter, then b as a parameter. So what I need to mention here, that inside my views.py file I had to strictly mention this as a comma b. So make sure you be careful about this. Now I will restart the server and then refresh this page. Now this works. because I wanted to make sure, because this that inside I mentioned here as A and inside mentioned here as B, so the input parameters to my request part would be A comma B as well. So then I generated HTTP response of A plus B. Okay, so this was look good. Now the second thing you need to do, you create a URL. So I would quickly create this path intro. The first matter is going to string name, and the second one is going to be an int with an age, and I would call views dot intro with the particular name to this URL as intro. So this looks good. So this would throw, because I have not defined intro in my views.py file, so I would move back to my. So this time I'm going to show you a JSON response. Define intro as a function, taking first parameter as request, the second as name. So let me check what I have defined first. So I have defined name as first, then age as second. So the name is going to be first and age is going to be second. Now I would return a JSON response. So to generate a JSON response, I need to define a dictionary. So dictionaries are basically key value pairs. So could be my dictionary is going to be a variable. So with this name is going to be name here, and age age is going to be an age here, and I would return a JSON response here. So I wanted to show you the difference between the JSON response. So throw me the error because I think it's an because I have defined views.intro. Now it should work particularly fine. Now it has started. So what I'm showing you, I would move to intro, name as Jack, and the age as 25. So will this work? So yeah, here you can see that now it returned me a JSON response, and I'm showing you particular like here it shows that this is a JSON response with the name and age, and for the you can show the raw data as well. So this shows you how a JSON object looks like, and in the JSON format of just for you can hear that the name is Jack and the age is 25, and this is a JSON object. So like this way you can create more URLs. So basically here I covered the HTTP response as well as the JSON response. So to generate if we generate a request via a URL, so we generate a response to it as well.
So like in this tutorial we are going to basically work with templates, and before I start with this tutorial I will show you that you can go to our GitHub repository, and you can have the look at full source code that we were working in the previous 3 tutorials. So you can move to this link github.com/pro-software-development, and the learn Django is the repository name. So you can have a look at our full source code. You can even download this repository, you can download this full source code, and I have mentioned below how you can run this project. So like what you need to do, you can either clone this project or download the project, extract the files, then move into the project directory, and there is a file called requirements.txt. I showed you in the previous tutorials how you can create a requirements.txt file and why is it created so. You need to install all the packages necessary to work with the project. So I would open the requirements.txt file. These are the package required, and after installing these packages you can type the command python manage.py run server, and this would run this project on your local machine. So we would be working on this repository as well. So after the video I'm going to push the source code. You can have a look at the source code as well, what changes were done. So this would help you to track the code as well, and you can run this project on your local machine as well. So in this tutorial we are going to work with templates, and basically I told you that Django is based on MVT pattern, model, view and templates. So models are based with your database, and views are based on your business logic part, and templates are based on on front end. So models are based on your database, views on business logic, and templates for front end part. So what you can I want to tell you that for front end part, basically we are going to use Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is an world's most popular framework for building responsive mobile first sites. So I would show you the responsive nature of Bootstrap as well, because if you are making a web application and you want to target an audience. So what you want to do is that if someone is using a web application on a desktop, then some another day someone might use on a laptop as well, tablet, mobile phone, and like there are various screen sizes. So you want your application to adapt that screen size. To adapt that screen size, Bootstrap is used. So this would make your content responsive in nature, and it would adapt to the particular screen size of the user, and this would help you to for a faster development as well. So it has all the predefined CSS, HTML, JavaScript libraries, and we will be using these templates, and I will show you how you can use Chrome developer tools to edit your pages, and you can be sure about how you can create your pages as well. So the first thing you need to do, like this as I mentioned, how you can go with the repository. And the second thing you need to do, you need to move into your settings.py file, and before this you need to create a two folder, one with the name templates, another with the name static. So templates and static are the two folders you need to do. So first I would move to my project directory. So this directory is same as the GitHub repository. So I would create a new folder named templates. So this is the first folder I have created, templates, and the second one which I am going to create is the static. So static basically is working with your static files. It could be any static file. So basically, just for an example, you have an image which is a raw image, and you need to use it multiple times. So you can store a raw image in your static folder, so in order to display in your web page as well. So two folder, templates will be having your HTML files, and static is going to have your raw files. It could be in any form. So after creating these two folders, what you need to do is to add them in your directory. So the first thing you need to do is you need to move to your settings.py file, and one shortcut I would show you, that inside VS Code you can type Ctrl+P and move to any file. Suppose I have to move to this urs.py file or models.py file, let this be file. So I would type models.py, and it would give me some recommendation about, and I would click on it and I would move to this file. So in this way I will again move to settings.py file. So this is a very interesting shortcut. So under the installed apps, I have mentioned my app, and under the directories templates, what I need to do, I have to mention my current path where my templates are stored, because all this list is basically associated with the templates directory. So I would type os.path.join base directory, templates. So this would join my folder that I am telling that it could be any OS environment. I would join this from base directory to the templates. So this would connect with this folder. So my project is now connected with this folder. The second thing I need to do is the same thing I need to do for the static files, but this is a little different. So I have to first mention the list static files underscore directories. So this is the list, and I would be using this. So you can see that these are almost same thing, os.path.join base directory underscore templates, and another is os.path.join base directory, static. So what I can do is os.path.join base directory, static. Okay, so this looks good. So I will run my server. So till the time I would show you one thing, that my servers were working fine, and I had made some URLs, like in the previous tutorial I showed you how you can make the request and the response part. So just for to be sure about this, I would move to localhost colon 8000. Okay, so it says hello world, and I showed you like you can create an URLs as well. So like in this we are going to create a URL. So first thing you need to do is move to your templates folder. So these are the two folders which I made, templates and static. So inside your templates folder you will create a new file and name it as index.html, and you will make this file and open this file. And what you are going to do this inside your index.html file, you are basically create your first HTML page. And what you are going to do is you will move the Bootstrap website, and you would go to the getting started, then introduction, and now you would first pick the starter template, because this would be very helpful. You can copy this and paste this inside the index.html. So like you can see that it has the whole HTML structure, and it has all the JavaScript libraries predefined, as well as the CSS libraries as well. And you can note one thing, that these CSS files as well as the JavaScript files has been kept online, so anyone can use this CSS and JavaScript files, because these are predefined in Bootstrap, and anyone can use Bootstrap to make your web application responsive. Okay, I would change this title to Learn Django, and basically I would save this file, and basically the title is this, what you can see above here, the introduction, Bootstrap, GitHub, Dashboard, software developer. Like this is your title. So Learn Django, and I would say change this hello world Django project. Okay. So what you can do is you can move to your urls.py file, and you can define a URL to render your page. So just for example, I would define path my first page, and I would call views dot my first page, and I would give this a name, my first page. So I have created a path called my first page view, and I would call the function my first page from views, and I have this given a short name to this URL as my first page. So this is throwing me an error, and why is it? Because I have not defined my first page function inside the views. So I would move to my views.py file. So there, my first page, it is taking a request as a parameter, and this time, like in the previous tutorials, I showed you that there can be various types of responses. One is HTTP response, JSON response, but this time I'm going to render a HTML page. So I would say return render request, index.html. So this would render the HTML page, and when I would move to this URL, so this would show me that page. So I'm inside my localhost, and I would say slash my first page. Okay, so yeah, it's fantastic. So what you can see that it has rendered the first page. Now I am showing you two shortcuts. The first one is Control plus U. So this would show me the whole front end code. So this is the first shortcut you can use. I will repeat, Control plus U. Okay. And the second one is you can use inspect element. Okay. And you can see now the responsive nature of this. I can show you that this is like Chrome developers tool, and you can use this to work with the front end part of your project. It is very good. Okay. Galaxy S5, iPhone 5. Okay, this shows the responsive nature, laptop screen. So this will be laptop. So what I can do is move to Galaxy S5 and I would inspect this, and I would element.styles, I would change color is equal to red. So this changes the color of this heading to red, but this is to have a view of your project. But as soon as I refresh it, because this is temporary, you do this, you can do some temporary changes to have a look. But as soon as I refresh this page, this is vanished. So you can use Chrome developer tools to have a look at your front end part.
We are going to work with templates. So basically, templates are our HTML files, and we can reuse them to render the backend logic into the front end part. So first thing, I'm going to show you that in previous tutorial we created a page. So this is the page we created in the previous tutorial. So I would type Control U, and this is a shortcut to see the front end code. So this is the whole front end code, and what noticeable we can notice from this is that this front end code will always like the same HTML structure. We are going to use it in a different file as well. We are going to, like, suppose in order, like, I'll give you a practical example. Like this is a navbar, and like this navbar is going to be common in all the pages. So when we move to another page, so this navbar will remain common, and this HTML structure will also remain common. So what can be different? The content of that page might be different from the another page, and it will be different, and the title can be different as well, but the basic HTML structure and the navbar and the footer will always remain common to every page, because navbar is something you will help your application to navigate from one page to another, and you won't copy the navbar every time you make a new page. So that front end code will always be common to all the pages, and we can make this with the help of these things, which are extends, block title, block content, end block. I will give you a practical example how you can use it and what is the importance of it. So first, inside my templates folder, I would create a new file. That is, the first one is index.html is already there. Then I would create second.html. Okay, now I have created second.html. I have to provide a URL to access this page as well. So I would copy this path and paste it here, and instead of this first page, I would do this as second page. This is my second page, and I would also second page, and this is, I would also change this second page. So to be just quick, I did this. So I have provided a new path, my second page, views.my second page, and have named this URL as my second page. So it is throwing me an error. Because why is it throwing me an error? Because till now I have not defined my second page inside my views. So I would go back to my views.py. So like the previous, there was one of my first page which used to render an index.html. I would create a second page as well, my second page, which would take request as an input parameter and would return render request comma second dot html. So So I told you like this would I have created a second.html page in my template folder, then I provided a URL, then a view function to that URL as well. So when I move to my page, my second page, okay, so I'm to my page, but till now it's blank, so nothing is there in that page. But what I wanted to tell you, if you view the source code of the front end part, it's still now blank. So this shortcut was by Control plus U, and this is the source code of the first page. So you want all this thing to be common in that page as well. Okay, before I do this, I would show you one thing as well. I would copy this navbar. Okay, I've copied this navbar and I would paste this in my index.html. Okay, please make sure this is index.html. Okay, this is index.html. And when I move to my first page, okay, I will move to my first page, So this is the source code of my first page, and this has been updated because it has a navbar in it as well. And when I move to this page, okay, now this looks pretty cool. Okay, so what I told you that inside my first page, I have given a navbar, and what I will do, one thing also, I would change the title as well to make sure there is no confusion. My first page. Okay, so this looks pretty fine and pretty cool till now. Okay, and this is my first page, and what I need to do, this is my first page. Now I would move to the second.html file as well, and inside my second.html file, what I will do, I would type %extends index.html, and I would give this as a % command. Okay, so this would, when I move to the second page, so yeah, this is my second page as well, and you can see this has cloned all the things which were there in the first page as well. But I need to take care about one thing, that my title should be different. So I would move back to my index.html, and inside this I have to mention the title in this way, block title, and because when I might move to another page, so I would type %block title and %end block. Okay, and inside my second.html, I would repeat this as well. So just to be quick, I would copy this. I would copy this. Okay, this looks pretty fine. So I would open both the pages. This is my second page. Okay, and I will open the first page as well. So this is my first page, and this is my second page. So you can feel the difference here, that within 2 lines of code, I cloned all the HTML structure as well as the navbar from index.html to second.html, and I provided 2 routes to them. One was my first page with the name, with the title my first page, and another one with the title my second page. So this looks pretty good, and what you can do now is you want to change the content. So inside index.html, I would move this h1 directory inside a content. So I would name this at first page as well. So I would type %block content and %end block. So when I reload my page, so this is my first page. So it says hello world Django project first page, and when I refresh this page, this is also says hello world Django project first page. But I want to change this content, this particular content, block content. So I would do one thing. I would move back to the second.html and I would type %block content and again end block, and I would type this given head h1 heading second page extends first page with a common nav bar. This should work fine. So see the magic. Now the second page extends first page with a common nav bar, and this is my first page. Okay, and this is my second page. So you can feel the difference. Like inside my first index.html, but the only thing was the driving force. I would open this and show you that the content of this page is here. This is the h1 line, and this was the content of the first page, and inside the second page this was the content. Okay, but you can see that all other things are common, with the title being different and the content being different. Everything is common. So what I wanted to show you that when you use the extend functionality of the template with the 3 or 4 lines of code, you can clone the first page, all the HTML navbar from the first page to another page, and this will reduce your HTML code as well, and this will help you to make dynamic HTML pages in for future. So what you need to do is you need to create index.html, then you need to define a dynamic block title to it. So okay, this looks fine. Then you need a dynamic block content to it as well, and you need to extend this in the second page as well with the help of this line. Okay, so with the help of only 4 to 5 lines of code, we were able to extend the first page to a second page.
And in this we are going to work with how you can work with Django templates in order to render more things on your front-end application part. But this time we are going to use two things. One is going to be the for loop and one is going to be the if-else part. And before this, I would show you how you can pass variables to your front-end part of your application using the context function, and how you render your variables using a dictionary. So you will get to know all this in this tutorial. So let's get started with it. So first thing I'm going to do is going to define a path. So basically I'm going to define a URL, my third page, and I would call a function views dot my third page, and I would name this as my third page as well. So I am using this naming convention so that in order you get a brief overview, like this is the third page we are working on. So first I would run my server on my machine. So this is throwing me an error. Why is it so? Because till now I have not defined my third page function in my views. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move to my views.py file and define my third page which take request as a parameter, and basically it is going to return and render request and third.html. So basically till now I have not defined third.html yet. So what I'm going to do is going to my templates folder, and inside I'll go to second.html. So I would quickly copy this and create a new file. I'll paste this and I'll change this as third, and even I'll change this also as third. Now I'll save this as third.html, and I hope this will work. And I'll move to my localhost. Okay, this server has started my third page. So you can here see the title is my third page. So third page extends first page with a common navbar. So I told you how you can quickly extend one page to another using an extend function. So now I would tell you how you can extend variables. Actually, you are going to extend variables to the front-end application using the context function. This is going to be very pretty good and pretty easy also. So what you can do, you can simply create a variable. I'll create a variable of a data type string with the name hello world. Now what I am going to do, I am going to define my dictionary, and what variable you want to pass. Okay, just to be on an easy way, this is a key value pair. So basically you are passing the variable var with the name also as var. So what I'm going to do, you'll have a quick overview of this. So you will type context is equal to my dictionary. Now you are passing on variable var. So this is your variable. Basically this has a data on the right side value, and on the key side you are naming the name which is going to be rendered on the front end part. And now what I am going to do, I am going to declare h1 heading, and to initialize the value of the variable I am going to type var. Okay, this looks good. Now I will refresh this page. Now it says hello world. So this is pretty cool. Now what I can do also, I'll have another variable greeting, and I'm saying hey, how are you? So this would greet the user, but this time I'm going to pass with the name message. So this would help you to understand. So this can be so what I'm telling, greeting is a variable of data type string. So this is the value greeting, and what name I'm going to pass it with the message name. So when I move to the third.html, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use message here, and now this message basically has the greeting variable inside it. So this would print the value on the front end application part. So say it says hey, how are you? Oh, this looks pretty cool. Now I'm going to define a list of fruits, basically apple, mango and banana, and I'm going to pass these fruits using a key value pair. So basically I'm going to pass it with the name my fruits. So this would pass these fruits which has a data type of list or array, you can say, and I am going to pass it with the name my fruits on the front end part. And when I move here, I'll create an unordered list using a simple for loop. So I would type, okay, before this I would type for each fruit in my fruits I'll simply end this loop using this template and for, and I am going to type the list parameter, and basically each fruit is the value I'm going to print. And you can see the magic here. You can see apple, mango, banana is here, and simply maybe sometime you have a large list in your backend part and you want to print it, you can simply print it using a for loop. So even this you could do this like this. Most of we do it like for I in my fruits, you can simply print I as well. So this would also work. Okay, so you can see here even this also works. So this looks pretty cool. We are done with the for loop as well. Now we are going to work with the if else part. So in the views.py you can see I'll declare a variable. It could be of any type, and basically it could be of any type. What you can do is like I can have a brief overview. This is how we use like if, elif, else, and if. So in order to end anything, you need to type if, elif, else, and if. So what we can do, okay, we are going to take two numbers, num1 comma num2 is equal to 3 and 5. So what we are going to do, and we are going to take a variable answer, and that answer is going to be, what we can do is answer is going to be num1 is greater than num2. So before this I would print the answer on my console. So what I'm going to do is going to refresh this page. This URL will call that views.py and it says false. So you can here see it says false because num1 has the value 3 and the num2 has the value 5, and is 3 greater than 5? No. So this gets the value as false, and this prints the answer on my console. So I would comment this out and I would render answer as answer and num1 as num1, okay, and also num2 as num2. So this should work. I'll see. Okay, now you can see this is going to be rendered. So num1 is being passed as num1, num2 answer. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use an if condition. If answer, and I'm going to use an else part as well, else, and if. Okay, so you can see this is the same syntax I'm using. So this time I'm only using an if, else, and if only. If an answer is right, this means what I meant in my views.py file, that if this is true, then num1 is greater. if else it's false, then num2 is greater. Then you will type num1 is greater than, okay, we can even do this like this also. What we can do, we'll use curly braces. Num1 is greater than num2. So this looks good. On an else part, we are going to the reciprocal of it. I'll change this as num2 is greater than num1. Okay, so this is my if else part, and I'll move to my page, and if this says 5 is greater than 3, because I had mentioned in the views.py file, okay, if I change these two numbers as any random numbers, I'll take this as to 10 and I'll take this as 7. So this will work. Maybe this should work. And okay, yeah, it says 10 is greater than 7. Because I have created a backend logic, and I'm using that backend logic in my front end part as well. So in the previous I showed you 5 is greater than 3. Now I'm showed you 10 is greater than 7. So you can use this backend logic on the views.py part to render it and show it in your front end part.
So first thing I need to do, you need to move to your settings.py file. So I'll move to settings.py file, and inside my settings.py file, what you need to do, you need to define a static URL which is going to be static, and you need to define static files directory is equal to os.path.join base directory with the static folder. So what here I'm actually mentioning that I've made a static folder, and here it is, and inside my static folder I have two images, django.png and python.png. So I would be using these two images, and what I'm going to show you what you need to do. So this is the static folder which I'm referring, which I also showed you into VS Code. I'm showing here for a better experience for view for it. And inside my static folder I have two images, one is Django and another is Python. So I'm referring to this particular static folder, and to refer this particular static folder you need to move into your settings.py file, and you need to define this heading, sorry, this piece of code. Okay, so first I'll create a route. So I'll move to my urls.py file, and I am going to define path my image page. Okay, and I'm going to define a views dot my image page, and I'll give this a name is equal to my image page. So this is going to be interesting. Okay, now my image page, I've defined my image page here. Okay, and I'll define a function inside my views, my image page, and I have given a name here, it is on my image page also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a view. Okay, I'll define a view, define my image page, which takes request as a parameter. Good, and it will return and render an HTML page request, and that's name is going to be image page dot html. So this is pretty fine. Okay, the server has been reloaded. Okay, so this looks pretty fine till now. And inside my templates folder I'll create a new template. I'll click here, new file, image page dot html. Okay, this is fine now. Okay, now to create an image page dot html, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take any of the pages here. Okay, and I'll copy this quickly. Okay, now what you need to do, I'll define this as okay, sorry for this, I'll define this as, you can define any name, image page. Okay, so And what you need to do, I'll open this text file. So this is the syntax, how you can load an static image. So what you need to define, you need to define %load static inside your BDA template. So below this line, I'll define %load static, %load static, and I'll refer to this image. Okay, I'll remove this. Okay, from here, what I'm going to tell you that this is a Bootstrap, and here what you need to do, you will learn about images. So here I'll type images. So this is the responsive class of Bootstrap we are going to use, which will help us to make our image responsive. So this is going to be very interesting. So what you can do, you can define div class is equal to container fluid. Okay, and what I'm going to do next, I'll define a row. We will be learning Bootstrap in the upcoming lectures as well. So this I'll give a short idea how you can create a responsive page. So this is going to be interesting. Div class is equal to row, and inside a row I have a container, then a row inside my container, then inside my row I have a column. Div class is equal to call md6. Okay, now I'm going to quickly copy this. So how you can use this class, so this class image fluid refers to the responsive CSS which has been already written inside the Bootstrap to make our image responsive on multiple devices. And to define the image source, I'll use a curly brace, then %sign, then again a %sign, and inside my %sign I'll give space static, and I'll define the image name using single quotes. So let me define Django.png. So this looks pretty fine here, Django.png, and you can give any name here. Okay, so I'll just close the server, then restart my server. Okay, the server has started, and I have no issue here. So I'll go to my localhost. Yeah, it's running, and I'll give my image page. Okay, so this is throwing me an error which says the current path. Okay, let me check my URL. Oh, I didn't save this. Okay, yes, now it's working. Yeah, here you can see. So you can see the image has been successfully loaded. So this looks pretty good. You can also use in your HTML page, what you can do, you can also use python.png. So this also works. So this looks pretty fine. And now what I'm going to show you, Django.png. So I'll move to Django.png, and so I'll give you a brief intro. So now you'll right click on this and click inspect, and when you click on inspect, so this is a container fluid, then this is a row. Inside there is a column of width medium 6, that on the medium devices it will have a width of 6. The Bootstrap has a total width of 12, so we're going to learn that. And this image source is this particular image. So we can play with the inspector tools. What we can do, we can use background is equal to red. Let me sorry for this. Okay, like this is our row, so I'll type background is equal to red. Now you can see a row which was also equivalent to the container fluid has a background red. And what we can do, this is a column, we'll align this image in the center and type margin 0 auto. Okay, so now you can see the image has been aligned to the center. So let me check. Okay, there might be some not exactly, but might be some issue, but we'll rectify this in the upcoming lecture, how we can resolve this. So now the point is, when I move to a different devices, since I had used image fluid as a class, I move to Galaxy S5, you can see the navbar collapses itself and the image is being responsive. I can move to iPhone X, image being responsive. So this is going to be very helpful in the responsive design than iPhone 5. And I close this, and the best part is when I refresh this page, it's all gone. So because that was temporary, to make this permanent, you need to define the CSS in your HTML page, and I'll define as margin 0 auto. Okay, so when I go to this page, refresh, now this is permanent. So this is pretty cool. So today we are going to work with images. So in the previous tutorial I showed you how to show an image, and I applied some Bootstrap classes to show that image on the HTML page. So today, before we start, we are going to basically have an overview of the Bootstrap grid system. So in this grid system, I will show you that there are some predefined classes with extra small, small, medium, large, and extra large. And this is the syntax for them: call sm, call md, call lg, and call xl for the respective classes. And for extra small, we don't need to define anything. With the practical implementation, we'll get to know. One thing you need to observe in this, that the Bootstrap container has a column width of total 12 columns. So what you need to do, you can define columns either in the multiple, you need to define them in the multiple of 12. Like either you can define, for an example, a column of width 4, then again 4, then again 4, or then 6 and again 6, because 4 plus 4 plus 4 is equal to 12, and again 6 plus 6 is equal to 12 also. Or if you want to define any other ratio, you can define a column of the width 10 and the next with the 2, because 10 plus 2 is equal to 12. And this way you can define a column width of 12 columns by defining them and giving a proportion with your desire, what you want to give to your front-end application. So this is a syntax how you can have make columns plus rows. So we will have some idea. Yeah, this was what I was explaining, that the total width of the column is 12. So what you can do, like here it has been mentioned, the first is of column 8 and another is of column 4. So this was total about 12, and this was a total width of 12, and this would help you. And Bootstrap manages you to help have responsive design of your application. Like in the previous tutorial I showed you how you can render an image using Bootstrap, and with how you can render an image with Django. Then with the help of Bootstrap classes, how you can make it responsive. So let's get started with this tutorial. So I would tell you, first I would go to my VS Code editor, then I would run my server with the command python manage .py run server. So this would start the server on my local machine. And what we can do till the time I can show you one thing. So this is our template which we had made it yesterday. So I would move to the localhost server. So what you can do, this is my local server. So I would move to a route with the name I had defined in the previous tutorial. So I would move to my urls.py file, and my image page I had defined. So I would move to that route, my image page. Okay, you can see an image had been already uploaded on this route and on this page. So basically I showed you how you can see the responsive design. You can press Ctrl Shift I, or you can right click and go to inspect. So this will lead you to Chrome Developer Tools, and from here you can see the responsive design of your application. Like iPhone X shows this way, and iPhone 6, then Pixel 2 XL, then Galaxy S5. So this shows the responsive design. So one thing you notice, as soon as I was on a big screen, the nav bar used to had expanded view, but as soon as I moved to a small screen, so you can see that the nav bar had been collapsed. So this is the beautiful nature of Bootstrap. So this would help you in designing your front end application. So today what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a path, my image page 2, and in views.py file I'll also define views.myImage page 2 with the name is equal to my image page 2. Okay, so this looks pretty fine. So inside my views.py file I'll quickly copy this and I'll paste it here, and what changes I need to make my image page 2, and it will have image page 2.html as well. So inside my templates I need to define image page 2.html. Okay, I will move to my templates folder. Okay, so this is my image.html. I'll quickly copy this, control, I'll paste it here, and image page 2. Okay, this looks pretty fine. Okay, so till the time what I'll do, I'll remove this code and I'll save it as my image page 2.html. So this looks pretty fine, and I will move to my image page 2. Okay, so it says my image page 2.html does not exist. Oh, I made a mistake here, so I'll rename it as image page 2. Sorry for the error. Now I'll quickly refresh this page. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is image page 2. So what I'm going to show you the beautiful nature of Bootstrap here. So this is a container fluid which you'll always mention. Then inside this container fluid I have a row. Then now I'm telling my Bootstrap to divide this row into two columns, div class, okay, and div class is equal to call md6, and I'm also defining another column of width 6 because I told you that Bootstrap will have 6 plus 6 is equal to 12 as a column width. So I'll also define another column, div class is equal to call md6, and this would, now this you can see, now I have a column of 6 width each, and this would sum up to 12. Now I told you yesterday that this is the syntax you are going to use, because I told you that I have a static folder. Inside there are two images. So in order to load images from the static folder, first you will define person load static, and then you need to define the syntax with the person static side, person static with the image name, and person again with the curly brace. So I'll quickly copy this, and this image fluid is a Bootstrap class which helps you to make a responsive page. Okay, in this first line I would put this image. Okay, so this is the image I'm going to put, and one shortcut you can see, I can right click here and click format document with HTML language feature. So what will it do? It will format my source code, and it will help you to better maintain the indentation of the code. And in the next I'll copy this. So since I'm showing you a demo, we had done this in the previous tutorial, how to load and static image. So let me give another image that was python.png. So I'll give this a name as a python.png, and I will move to my page and refresh this page. So you can see now I'll quickly I'll click inspect and I'll show you. Let me do this. Uh, okay, so you can see here I'll have an expansion view. This is my row. Okay, this is now this would pretty help you to have a clear understanding how Bootstrap works. This is my container and this is my navbar. Okay, this is the navbar, this is the container. I go inside a row, so this was my row, then a column of width 6. You can, the left portion is my column of 6, then this is the image. Okay, this is the column of width 6. Okay, then I move to the second column of width 6. Here it is. This was the second column of width 6, and this is the first column of width 6. First, second, and that was the image. But now, as soon as I change my display, I move to a Galaxy S5. See the magic? Yeah, it automatically collapses the image, and it helps you to make design much responsive. So you need to inspect element in order to learn about this. So this is again called MD6 6 width, and this is the 6 of call MD6 in the another. So we are going to continue with this. So I will tell you that in this tutorial I've already defined a path with my image page 3, and already defined a function in views.py file, and already defined an HTML page. So I would directly operate on this, so you can check out the code on the GitHub repository as well. So what we are going to do, yeah, you can see here, you can see my this is my views.py file, and I've already defined my image page 2, page 3, page 4. So what we are going to do, we are going to start our local server, which is already started, and inside my local server I would move to this route, my image page 3. So I'll show you some interesting fact about this. So this is our image page, and here you can see that I've defined a row. Okay, I have defined a row, and above that I have defined a container fluid with the heading image page 3, and inside the row there are 4 columns of width medium 3 each. So here you can see 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 is equal to 12, and this satisfies our basic requirement of the Bootstrap column query. So here it shows 12 columns. So here you can see 3 3 3 3 is equal to 12, and as soon as I press Ctrl Shift I, you can see okay, and here you can see that this is the source code. Okay, and let me right click and click inspect. Yeah, here it is, row column width of 3 3 3 3, and this is on medium device. As soon as I click on Galaxy S5, it will all collapse and will move up to a scrolled view, and this would bring the responsive nature. Okay, let me move to the image page 4.html. This is where going to be very interesting. Here you can see the key difference. You need to observe a key difference here, that here I had defined medium 3 MD. I had defined a class inside the Bootstrap, which was defined in the grid system as well. I'll show you in the grid system. Yeah, here it is. This was small SM MD LG XL. When I have not defined any class, whether it is medium MD SM small XL extra large, I have all I'll move to this. Here you can see I've defined medium in this my image page 3.html, but now when I move to my image page 4.html, I have not defined any class. So here you can see the gap. So there I have not defined any class here. So you can have a view for it. So this is called MD3, and this is only called 4. You can make it as 3 as well. This is called 4, or okay. So when here 4 plus 4 plus 4 is equal to 12, and now when I move to my image page 4, okay, this is my image page 4. Here you can see this is 4. I'll click on inspect. Okay, okay, I'll show you one thing. This is row 4 4 4. Okay, but I told you that I have not defined any class here, whether it is a medium, small, extra large. Now when I move to Galaxy S5, here you can see the magic. Now here it also stays as 4 4 and 4. So this wizard up to 12, and this was the difference I wanted to show you in the my image page 4.html, that here I have not defined, like this is page 3, I have not defined any class here. Sorry, in this I have defined a class. In my image page 3.html I have defined a class, but image page 4.html I have not defined any class. And when I move to my uh, uh, image page 4.html, this is 4 plus 4 plus 4, but as soon as I move to a smaller device, it still remains it still remains 444. It does not collapse. So this says that if for every device you want this structure, then you don't define a class, then Bootstrap will automatically maintain this structure. Okay, now we are going to do one thing, one small exercise. This is going to be quick. Okay, I'll define my image page 5. Okay, I'll be quick with this. Image page 5. Okay, now I'll move to my templates. Okay, I'll move to my templates. This is my template. I'll quickly copy this, paste it here. Image page 5.html. This is image page 5.html. I'll quickly wrap up this content inside the row. I'm already okay, and I'm already left with the row. And inside my views.py file, okay, now inside my views.py file, I'll define my image page 5. I'll copy this and here you can see, and this is going to be 5 and this is 4. Okay, and this is going to be 5 and I'll change the heading here. So this here you can see, this is the benefit of using Blade template engine. You can quickly define your templates. Okay, now I'll move to 5. Okay, now this looks fine. This is an empty page. Okay, but now inside my urls.py file, I will be taking a string parameter with the image name. Okay, I'll be taking a string parameter with the image name, and inside my views.py file, if you have any doubt regarding how you take parameter inside a URL, you can refer to my previous tutorial. So image name is going to be my new parameter. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'll define a variable image name will take this parameter image name. Okay, let me define this as my image name. Okay, and if and I'll perform another operation, my image name. This is a simple Python function I'm using. My image name dot first what I'll do I'm going to typecast this as a string parameter, and I'll use my image name dot lower, and I'll first print this my image name. Okay, this is pretty fine. Okay, this looks pretty fine. Okay, now I'll move to my image page 5 and I'll type Django. Okay, so here you can see I have printed Django on my local machine. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a dictionary. Okay, before this, or maybe what we can do, okay, I'll take a variable var and I'll give it a default value, or we can do one thing. If my image name is equal to Django, then var is equal to true. Elif my image name is equal to Python var is equal to false. Okay, or you can do or maybe or let me you can do one thing, var is equal to false. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create my dictionary, and I'll pass var as var. Okay, now context is equal to my dictionary, Okay, this looks pretty fine till here, and I'll save this. So my server is running. Okay, now when I'll move to my image page 5.html, so what I'm going to do is I'll quickly copy the image syntax here. What I'm going to trying to do, I'll show you that this is you can copy this. Okay, okay, yeah, this is fine, and I'll define as 12. Okay, for your convenience you can use it as called md12, and in another one, but before this I'll type %if var. I'll use this block, else I'll use this block, and I'll end this with the end if %end if. Okay, this looks pretty fine, and I'll copy this and quickly paste it here. Okay, first I need to check my backend part. What was it? I'll move to my use.py file. If var is equal to true, then I need to be true, then I need to get the Django image. If var is equal to false, I need to get a Python image. Okay, so this is fine, and this would be python.png. Okay, so this looks pretty fine and looks interesting as well. Okay, now I would type Django. So here you can see I got the Django image, and Python, yeah, I got a Python image. So this looks pretty fine, and here what I'm going to show you, that this is the magic I want to tell you, that I can render two images on a single route. Maybe I'll type Django with the capital letters. Okay, here it is come, because I had used the functions lower. I'll move to my push.py file. Okay, I'll close other things and open my views.py file. Okay, I had used the lower function. Okay, if my image name is equal to Django, var is equal to true, else it's false. Okay, so maybe when I type Python with capital letters, I'll get this. So this looks pretty awesome. You can maybe I can do also type this as capital D small Django and capital G and small o Django. This also works, so this is great. So here I told you that with simple backend logic you can render multiple images on your front-end application. Today we are going to work with the forms. So this is a 10 tutorial. If you have any doubt regarding the architecture structure of Django, you can refer to our previous tutorials as well. So first thing, now let's get started with this. So forms are made for the user input. So forms are usually made according to your demand and requirement. Today we'll create a form, and then we'll use forms, and then what we are going to do, we are going to integrate the front end part of our form. Today we'll create a responsive form layout, and then we'll integrate the back end part of our logic with the front end part. So we are going to create we'll see how we can integrate forms, then we'll see how we can submit forms using the one with the request method and one with the post method. Then we will figure out what the difference between the two. So let's get started with this. So today, so this is my project. So first I will run my server. So I'll type python manage.py run server, and I will move to my local host. So I'll refresh this page, so the server will get started. So yeah, here you can see the server has started. So what we are going to do today, first I'll create a path, the URL path. I'll create my form. Okay, and I'll create a view with the name views dot my form, and I'll give this URL a name is equal to my form as well. Okay, that looks pretty fine. So first I will create a form, and so I'll move to my views.py file. Okay, so here's my views.py file. So what I'm going to do, I'll define a view, define my form, and it'll take a request as a parameter, and I'll render an HTML page. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to type return, okay, return render request, and I'll make an HTML page, my form.html. So this looks pretty fine. So what I need to do, so I need to define my form.html inside my template page. Okay, I'll move to my templates. So I'll create a new file, my form.html. so this looks pretty fine. So what we are going to do today, so this is my form.html page. So I have defined a few links. We can move to this link, and what we can do, we'll move to this link, and what we can do, we'll look how we can create responsive forms using Bootstrap. So this is going to be very good. So we can see how we can create responsive forms using Bootstrap. And what we are going to do, so this is like a box container with an email address, then a password, then check me out, submit. We can create a form like this only. And this is another one, email address, example, select. So this is a select option with the drop down behavior. So this is a text area, and this is a form with an input type is equal to file. So here you can see this is input type is equal to file. So why I'm telling you all this, because this will make you habitual with what kind of widgets we have to work with the form. Then this is all about sizing, and this is this is select, and this is read only. You can read this only, no edit allowed here. Then read only plain text. So this is how we do. So this is one of the range inputs. This is works with the slider behavior. Then others are checkbox, and this is disable checkbox. Then default radio, second default radio, disable radio, and inline. So we have very much decent type amount of parameters to work with. And then this is a form group. So this is form grid, this form row. I'll explain all this how you can make a form, and we'll start this from scratch, because this is going to be one of the important parts. And let's get started with designing our front end part. So first I'll do, I'll simply pick any template, and I'll paste this, because I have to extend my index.html to my form page. So I'll change this name, my form. Okay, now, okay, I'll remove this line. Okay, and I'll give a heading h1. Let me give a heading, my form. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my localhost and type /my form. Okay, so this is my form. So I've defined the heading to make sure that the template is working. So what I can do next is I'll move to this page, and what you can do, you can have a simple layout. Okay, you can have any of the simplest layout. Let's start with the simple one. So we'll pick this. Okay, or if you want me to, we'll make this from scratch. Okay, first what you need to define a form group. So we'll define a form group. So for first we will define a div class is equal to container fluid. Okay, this is a container. Then inside this we need to define a row. Then I'll define a column called medium of size 6, or you can say width 6. Then I need to define a form. Okay, so this will pretty fine. Now what do you need to define? Inside of you need to define a div class is equal to form group. So I'll use this div class is equal to form group. Okay, so what do you need to do? So I'll use another. Okay, let's get proceed with this. So you can see that for two inputs there are one div class is equal to form group and another is also div class is equal to form group. So suppose we are having two inputs, div class is equal to form group. So here you can see I have a container, then a row, then a column of medium width 6, then a form, then I have two form groups. This means I'm going to define two inputs. So one is input type is equal to text. I'll give this ID as my text and name is equal to my text as well. And I'll define what you can see. They have defined input type is equal to email, class is equal to form control. So I'll define this class to this because this class is necessary, form control. Okay, so this looks pretty fine, and I define a label for my form. So here you can see they must define a label for. So I'll define a label my text, okay, this looks pretty fine. And what we can do, I'll go to this page. Okay, so here it is a form. So but right now there's no such alignment, so I'll go to inspect. Okay, when I move to my inspect, I'll go to div class with call md6 and I'll try some CSS out here. So I'll do margin 0 auto. So this looks pretty fine. My form gets to the center. Okay, I'll do this. Style is equal to margin 0 auto, and with the same I'll do with the heading as well. So I'll try the CSS on this as well. This is my heading. So let's do something text align is equal to center. Okay, this looks pretty fine, and I'll give a little bit of a margin. Sorry, I'll give margin top, and I'll use a relative unit, and this is in terms of rem. So you can simply you can copy the CSS, and this is a key shortcut. You can work with this, and I'll put a style tag here, and I'll paste the CSS here. So this looks pretty fine. So and I'll right click here and I'll say format document. Okay, this format document. Oh, this isn't working. I'll check if something is okay. And I have defined a heading, and I'll do some changes. Okay, I'm having some issue with this. Okay, now this is fine, right? Yes. So I have a heading. Okay, now this looks pretty fine, and you can see I have a form with my text, and I'll do the same. Okay, I'll copy this quickly. Okay, I will define a text area. So this is a text area. So what we can do, so this is a text area, and we have defined rows for it, for how much rows we want. So we'll quickly do this. Okay, let's do this. Text area class is equal to form control. Okay, rows is equal to 3. Okay, before this I'll give an ID to it. ID sorry, id my text area, and as well as a name to it. Name is equal to I'll give this a name as well, my text area. Okay, this looks pretty fine, and I'll close this text area so it automatically closes it, and I'll define a label for my text area, and this was going to be my text. Okay, I'll use a capital M and a capital T. So this looks pretty fine, and when I move to my page, okay, this looks pretty fine. So this is the form we have made, and we'll now test the responsiveness of this form. So what we are going to do, we are going to press Ctrl Shift I, or you can simply press inspect, right click, inspect, then we'll use a layout. Okay, now you can see the beauty of Bootstrap. So you can see iPhone 5, a responsive form is here, iPhone 6, iPad, okay, this Galaxy S5. So this is the responsive nature of a form. So, and this is, you can see Pixel 2, and here you can see that this is our form being responsive. So this is a beautiful nature of Bootstrap. So I'll move to my server here. So I had defined a form using my form. So this is the form we had made in the previous lecture. So today what I'm going to do, so this is I'll create a button in this form first. So I'll type div class is equal to form group. Here you can see I've defined a form group for each input element. So form group. Okay, now I'll define a button. So this button should be type is equal to submit, because I'm going to submit this form, and what I'll define a class is equal to button primary, and this would give me the default color of the button, and I'll type this submit as the button value to be shown on the front end part. So I'll go move to this page, and so this is my button. I'll right click here quickly to inspect what changes I can do to make this more responsive and better. So I'll do margin 0 auto. So this is the margin 0 auto used is done to center the element. So this doesn't work. I'll try display block. Yeah, this works. So I'll copy the CSS quickly, and I'll create a style element here, style, and I'll quickly copy this and paste it here, and this looks pretty fine. So I'll refresh this page. Yeah, now the button, okay, now now the button is in the center, and now till now I've only defined the form, and two things I'm missing in this form is one is the method, and another is the action. So how you can work with these two things, so we are going to cover in this tutorial. First I'll go to my views.py file, and then yours.py. So I'll define a path here, path submit my form, and what I'm going to do, submit my form is going to be URL where I'm going to submit the form, and views dot submit my form, and name is equal to submit my form. Okay, now this looks pretty fine. So I have not defined I'll define a submit my form in method in my view file. So I'll go to quickly go here, def submit request. I'll take request as a parameter, and first I'll do return HTTP response, or let me do one thing. Okay, I'll define my dictionary here, and var1, I'll define a var1, var2, var3. What I'll do, request dot method this would be the value of my var3. Okay, and okay, I'll do one thing. I'll keep this as method, and this would be request.method. Okay, so and I'll define a JSON response of my dictionary. I'll quickly cover all this thing. So what I'm going to do, this was my form, so I'll define first a action. I'll define a method here, and that method first we will work with the get method and then the post method. Okay guys, so this is the get method here, and get method and post method have a difference, so we'll get this in our tutorial. What's the difference between the two? First is the get, and I'll define an action. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the shorthand property to how to specify a URL. I'll define person URL, okay, person URL, and then a person sign. So you can be a little bit familiar with this. So I've defined a shorthand notation, curly braces, person URL. Then I'll define a name between these single quotes. This is person sign, then the curly braces. Okay, I need to define the name where I have to submit and pass this form, and the name should be this. Name is equal to submit my form, and I need to submit my form to this route which has having the name submit my form. Okay, so I'll go here. So now I think this is pretty fine. So I have defined a URL to submit my form, and this form will be submitted to that, okay, that route. Now I have method defined, the method as get, and action is this. Okay, now what I'm having an error, and that is I've not defined the value of my keys in my dictionary. So what you can do, okay, first what I'll do, I'll comment this out and comment this out. Okay, so first I'll show you one thing. Okay, line, I'm having an error, yours.py line 2. Okay, I'm having some error, let me check. Okay, no, okay, now it's pretty fine. Sorry. So okay, now it's fine. Okay, so my form is ready to being submitted. So what I'm going to do, first I've only made a request on method. So what I'm going to do, I'll make a test. Okay, I'll make a different value, test debug. Now I'll submit my form. Now what you can see here, okay, let me, I'm having some issue in my form. Okay, def submit my URL has been defined and method has been get. Okay, I defined a URL. Okay, submit my form, and I'll refresh this page, test debug. Yeah, now this is pretty fine. Okay, so now this is fine, totally fine. Okay, I had some issues, so I restarted my server. Now it's pretty fine. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you that I'll quickly cover up the things. I defined a URL, submit my form, then this is my URL, and now I have defined the action to this URL, so I'm referring here, and method was get. So as soon as I went to this URL, a views.submit my form was called. So when I went here, what I saw, I returned a dictionary, a JSON response only mentioning the method. So this method was basically get method. So what I got here, the method is get. Okay, so how you can derive the values? So this is the var1 and var2. So what I, okay, so the main important thing what I'm going to do, so what you can see in the get method, you can see the name of the response. Okay, sorry, the parameters which are being passed here. So I had my text which I had put the data as test, and I had my text area which I had put the data as debug. Okay, so here you can see the name of the variables. So these variables are being separated by a question mark, and the route is being submit my form. Okay, so what I'm going to do, how you can use these values, request dot get, and the first is my text. Okay, and this is the variable I'm being referred, and another is my text area. Okay, now I'll do one thing. I'm missing a comma sign, so that's why it's showing me an error. Now this is pretty fine. Okay, request dot okay, I'm also missing a comma sign here. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, now I'll move to my form, and I'll type new data, new debug. Now here you can see var1 is not defined. var1 is not defined. Okay, why is it throwing me an error? Okay. So this is okay. Okay, I'll define new data, new debug, and I'll submit this form. Yeah, now this is pretty fine. Okay, so I apologize for all the errors. Okay, now this is pretty fine. So here you can see I move to this route, submit my form, and the parameters being my text, which has this data, new data. You can see here. Okay, this is cool. And then I had another parameter, my text area. Here you can see with the values new debug. Now here you can see this is new debug. Okay, and the method is get. Okay, so this is the difference. Here you can see the parameters on the upper hand. So here you can see on the route the parameters are being visible to you. So this is the first property of the get method. So now another thing we are going to do, we are going to change this method to post. Okay, so this is post. Okay, now what I'm going to do, request dot post. So this would be post request dot post. Okay, so this is the another change I'm going to do. Now the difference between the two, first the method gets changed, and now the variables on this route won't be visible on the post method. Okay, so I go my form. Okay, I'll type some Python here, Python Django framework. Now I'll submit this form. Okay, now it says CRF verification failed because when you submit a form with the post method, you need to define a CRF token. So I'll quickly type %CRF underscore token, and this looks, now this is fine. Okay, so I'll make a submission here. Okay, I'm using an error. Okay, %CRF token. Okay, I made a mistake. Sorry, I made a mistake with the two curly braces. Sorry, I'm really sorry for this. So now this looks pretty fine. So I'll go back to my form. This is Python Django framework. Okay, now this is still showing me an error. Okay, I'll refresh this. Python Django, and now I'll submit this. Okay, now this is fine. Sorry, so here you can see now the variables are being not there on the route. So the variable parameters are not there, so that's being hidden in the post method. Plus you have a CRF token here. Okay, so I had some issues. I restarted my server. This is var1 with the Python, var2 with the Python Django. So these are some uh, uh, what we call them as hidden characters. So I'll tell you how you can clean this data, and this method is post. So basically we work with the get method and the post method in this tutorial. So guys, in this tutorial we are going to work with the form, but and we are going to work with the backend part only. But today we are going to create a different instance of form, how we can create a separate file, forms.py file, and we can store all the forms in that file, and we can render the form whenever required without writing the repetition of the HTML code. So that brings some kind of an alternative solution how we can create a form and how we can submit them. So let's get started with this. So I have few links, so you can have a look at these links. So I've opened these links on my browser as well. So first one is this. So today we are basically going to work in something this kind. We are going to create a form in this such way, and I've defined below how we can fetch the clean data from the form. This will remove the special characters and special characters, and this is the widgets in the form. So basically there are different types of widgets. One is a text input, number input, email, URL, password, hidden input, date, time input, text area. Then some other also checkbox, radio select. So there are file input. So these are some like many options in the form, and how you can render the form on your front end part using today we are going to work with a different alternative solution. So let's get started with this. So what we'll do first, I'll have a quick recap of the last lecture. Like we first I'll open my file, urs.py file. So like in the previous tutorial I showed you that we created two URLs, one to render the form, that was my form, and another was the URL to submit the form. So I used to render a form using my form, then I used to submit that form, and we used to move to this URL. Then then we had our backend logic. Then we can process the form data at this URL. Okay. So today what we are going to do, we are only going to create only one URL, and we'll only create a one URL and work with in such a way that it will help us out to do both the things. So first what I'll do, okay, I'll create a URL path. I'll define my form 2, and I'll call a view function views dot my form 2, and I'll define a name to it. Name is equal to my form 2. Okay, so I've defined this in such a way that you don't get confused with the previous one. So today we are going to work with my form 2. Okay, now what are we going to do? Okay, this is my app file, and inside my app I'll create a new file with the name forms.py. okay, so this looks pretty fine. And what we are going to do, so I'm inside my forms.py file, and I'll move to this link. Okay, so today the very first line you need to type is from Django import forms. Okay, so what you need to do, from Django import forms. Okay, so why I'm doing this, this will help. And first I would run my server python manage.py run server. So this would help me to know if there's any such error. Okay, the server will tell me. Okay, so from Django import forms, and now you'll create a class for your form which will define, okay, I'll create a class is equal to feedback feedback form. Okay, I'll have a small b, sorry, feedback form. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to do forms dot form. Okay, so this is the syntax you need to follow. Okay, now we are done with this. Okay, now I'll define two fields here. One is the title okay, and another one is subject. Okay, so I'm going to define, and what I'm going to do, I'll create a char field, since forms dot char field, okay, and forms dot char field. So this looks pretty fine. Okay, I've defined two char fields here. So I'll give a name, sorry, I'll give a label with the max length. I define label is equal to title. Okay, now this is fine. Label is equal to we can call it as subject description subject description, and I'll define a max underscore length is equal to 50 for this, and in the same way I'll define max and the underscore length is equal to 200 for this. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm also going to add a different attribute here. You can see that I can also define widget is equal to forms dot text input. Okay, so I'll copy this, and in this way you are going to text input here for this, and for this one what I'll do, I'll change this to as text area. Okay, so if I'm not wrong, I'm correct with the spelling. Okay, this is text area, right? So here you can see this is text area, this is text input. Okay, so I have created the form successfully. So this is the form. What you need to do from Django, import forms, class feedback form, forms.form, then title, with the both of them having a label of title, subject description, max length, and the widget being the text input and the text area respectively. Now I'll move to my views.py file, and I'll define my form 2 will take a request as a parameter, and before using this, what I'll do, I'll type from dot forms. So basically I'm referring to this file from forms.py, import star. So you can import every form you want. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'll put a if condition, if request dot method is equal to post. Okay, elif, just for the basic understanding I'm doing this, request dot method is equal to get. So for the same route we are going to check if the request method was get or post. Okay, so if it was a get method, so what I'll do, I'll create a form, and that form was, this was the name of my form, feedback form. Okay, so I have a feedback form, and okay, so basically this is equivalent to this. Okay, so this is just for having this is equivalent to this. And what I'm going to do now, I'll have execute a pass statement here. I'm keeping a pass statement till the now that it doesn't throw me an error, and I'll have a form, and what I'll do, I'll return render request, and I'll first define my dictionary is equal to form. Okay, and I'll pass this form, and I'll then request, and I'll make up my form 2.html. okay, and context is equal to my dictionary. Okay, sorry, I'm wrong with the syntax. Now this is fine, but right now I have not defined my form2.html. okay, so I'll go to my templates folder, and I'll create a new file, my form2.html. okay, now what I'll do, I'll extend my template, so I'll have any page. Suppose I'll have this is a second.html. Okay, I'll have this page. So basically right now what I'm doing, okay, so I'll change the title my form to, okay, what I'll do, I'll create a form. Now that's it, I'll create a form. And now what I'm going to do, basically I had rendered the form, so I'll just, what I'm doing, I'll define the logic when I get to the post method. So define my form too. So if the request dot method is equal to post, till now I've defined a pass statement, we'll define the logic. But if the method is get, we'll create the form. Okay, we will get the form from that class, and then we will render that form to my form2.html using the dictionary. And now simply we'll move to my form and simply type form dot as underscore p. Okay, so I'll restart my server. Okay, now this looks pretty fine, so this should work now. Now I'll go to my local host, so the server has started, and I'll go to my form 2. Oh, now you can see like the form has been made. So I didn't write the HTML code. So what I did, I'll move to my forms.py file. I had defined the title and subject. I've already defined the text input as well as the text area. Then I went to my views.py file. If the request method was get, so I had initialized the form, then I had rendered on the page. Okay, and then when I went to my HTML page, then I had without writing the HTML, I was able to successfully add the form using the HTML. Using this by rendering the form. Okay, so what you can see, so as underscore p means as paragraphs. Okay, so when I move to my page, so I'll simply click on Control plus U. So this will give me a source code. So what here you can see, here the form has paragraph tags P P P. Okay, so this means form was rendered using the paragraphs. Okay, now what you can do, I will type form as table. Form as table. So when I move to my page, now here you can see the form has been rendered using a table. So table row, table heading, table data, then table row respectively. Okay, so this is fine, right? Okay, I'll zoom this. Okay, this is here you can see this had been rendered using a table. Okay, and when I did form underscore as p, so this means it was paragraph. So I'll also do this, I'll refresh this page, then Control U. So here you can see this was paragraph. Okay, here you can see P for paragraph, and another. Now also one you can undo, you can say form as UL. So this would give unordered list. So I'll refresh this page. So you can here bullet marks, this represents the unordered list. So I simply Control plus U now, and you can see here you can see here's the form. Yes, yeah, here's the form. You can see list has been declared, list item, and the form has been rendered using a list. So in the next tutorial we are going to continue with this, and then I will tell you the basic part where if the request method had been the post. So what I'm going to tell you, if the form will be submitted on, so what will happen. So next we will try to style up this form, as well as how we can render the errors, and how we can fetch the clean data, and how we can check the validity of the form. So like in the previous tutorial we were working on forms. So we had made a form using a form template engine in Django. So I had made a file name forms.py, and then I had made a form. So this is the look of our form. Then in views.py file I defined two methods. One was a request.method is equal to post, and one was the get. So basically I'll give a quick overview of what we were going to do. So like when I refresh this page, so basically on this URL I'm making a get request, and on having the get request, so basically this block of code gets executed, and this block of code gets executed, and this tells that I had imported the form on the top of the file from .forms import star. You can import any form. So when you use star symbol, so I used form is equal to feedback form. So this was the feedback form which I was referring to, and then I was able to render this form on the front end part of my application. Okay, so basically what we are going to do, first thing we are going to do is add Bootstrap class to this form. So what you are going to do, wherever your input is defined inside forms.py file, so you need to define a dictionary which has key value pairs. So basically this dictionary is defined by attributes. So attrs is equal to, this is a symbol for dictionary, so it has a key pair. Okay, basically at the left it will have a key, and then on the right it will have a value. So basically these attributes could be anything, which could be name, id, class, which refers to the basic HTML syntax we will follow. So what I'll do, I'll define a attribute class, and I'll give it a value of form control. So most of us would be thinking, why only form control as the class? Because this is the default class present in the Bootstrap, so this will make a form responsive. And for the another text area, I'll do the same. Okay, I'll basically quickly copy this. Yes, and yeah, now that's fine. So when I move to my page, I would see Bootstrap has been added to my form. Yeah, here you can see the Bootstrap has been added to a form, but this isn't responsive. So what we are going to do, I'll go to my form.toHTML, and I'll add a div class is equal to call medium 6, and I'll put this form inside a div. Okay, and what I'm going to do, okay, to get the form on the middle of the page, I'll define a style is equal to margin 0 auto. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, yeah, now this form is in the center of the page. Now this is good. To check the responsiveness, I'll press Ctrl Shift I, and yeah, now this looks good. Okay, there is some issue. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Okay, now this is form is responsive. Okay, so this was to the front end part. Now for the back end part, what if I want to submit this form? To submit this form, the method should be post method. Okay, and I'll generate a token for this, which says %crf underscore token. So a token is necessary when you submit the form via post method. Okay, and this is the form which I had rendered, and additionally I need a button also. Button type is equal to submit, class is equal to btn. So this is a short form, button primary. This is the default Bootstrap class, and I'll give the submit. Okay, now this is fine, and okay, so here comes the button. So I'll give a little bit of style to this button. Style is equal to margin 0 auto. Yes, okay. Okay, it is not in the center, so I'll add display block. Okay, and what I can do, okay, margin 0 auto and 0 for the bottom. So what I'm going to do, so this is the fold hand notation, which says on the top I'll give 1 rem, and on the left and the right auto, and on the bottom I'll give 0. So this will give, yeah, so it gives a margin top of 1 rem, and on the left and right it was auto, and the bottom it was 0. Okay, left and right auto, top is 1 rem and the bottom is 0. So this is pretty fine now. So I'll make now I'll move to the backend part, and what I told you, when I refresh this page, okay, so I was making a get request on this route. So when I made a get request on this route, or you can say on get request on this URL, so the form had rendered. But what if I make a post request? When I would be making the post request, basically I would be submitting the form. Okay, so when I'm going to submit the form, so what I'm going to do, I'll make form is equal to feedback form request dot post. Okay, sorry, request dot post. So I'll get all the values when the form has been submitted using the post method. Okay, but still I'll make a if condition to check form dot is underscore valid, is underscore valid, to make sure the form is valid, and I'll make title is equal to request dot post and title okay, and subject. So I'll make again a same request for the subject. Subject is equal to request dot post and subject. Okay, now this is fine, and I would print title here and print subject here. Okay, and I'll return an HTTP response. Okay, but still I'll make a var is equal to str form submitted, and I'll give plus str request dot method. Okay, so this is fine till here. Yeah, now I'll return an HTTP response of var. Okay, if this form is not valid, what I'm going to do, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to render the form again, but okay, and I'll define my dictionary is equal to this dictionary is going to be same as this one. Here you can see form and form. Okay, and this is this I'll quickly copy this. Okay, else. Okay, now this looks fine. This code I'll quickly give a quick overview. If the request dot method was get, so this block of code gets executed, in which it says I'll render the form on the front end part. Okay, when I submit this form, so this block of code gets executed, which says request dot method is equal to post. So form is equal to feedback form. I'll get all the values using request dot post. If the form is valid, then I'll get the two values, that is subject and title. Then I'll print the title, print the subject, and I have given a named variable which says form submitted by request dot method, and I will return the HTTP response of var. Else, if the form was not valid, so you need to check that if the form was not valid, so I would render the form on the front end part again. Okay, if the form was not valid, so what I'm going to do, it says I'll test app debug. Okay, but okay, before this I'll restart my server. Okay, yeah, now it's fine. Okay, I'll refresh this page. Okay, now when I refresh this page, I made a get request. So I rendered the form on the front end part. So test, I'll give a title and say app debug, and I'll make now submit this form. Okay, so I have submitted the form. Yeah, now it says form submitted post. So this was the method which I had defined. So when I submitted the form, so this block of code gets executed, and here you can see that I had executed two print statement here. One was the title and one was the subject. So title corresponds to test, and this here you can see test, was title and add debug was there in my subject part. So thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next tutorial. So you need to be very careful by writing this code. You need to be very careful about writing which if condition is comes inside which if, then else, then elif part. So you need to have a quick you need to have a good overview on this. So like in this tutorial we are going to work with the alerts in Django form. So basically alert handling in forms. So in this tutorial we are going to handle alerts in Django. There are two types of alert. One is for error and another is for success. So we will fill the form. So we will fill form, validate and check forms for both the cases. Use Bootstrap on the front end to render and display messages. So let's get started with this. So till now we had made a form. So this was our form. Okay, on the request method and the on the basically here you can see on the get request we used to render the form, and the post request we used to submit the form. So we would apply the error handling on the post method part. So basically before this I will show you some process. The process here is about that we have alerts in Bootstrap. So uh, what we can see, alerts provide contextual feedback messages for typical user actions with the handful of available and flexible alert messages. So there are basically many types of alert. So this is a primary alert, secondary, success. So here you can see the primary alert is in blue color, success is in green color, danger is in red color, and warning is in yellow color. So another type of alert here you can see is like which are dismissible in nature. So here you can see the alerts which are dismissible in nature have a cross button on the right hand side which can be clicked, and on the refreshment when I refresh this page, so here you can see this alert message comes up again. So basically you can cross the button and dismiss the message uh, for that purpose only. So let's get started with this. So first we will try to keep it simple. So if the form is valid, title is equal to request.post title, subject is equal to request.post subject. uh, what I'll do, I'll create my dictionary, and irrespective of the result my dictionary is going to have the form, feedback form. Okay, irrespective of the result, I'll make a condition. Okay, then my dictionary of success is equal to true, and in the same way my dictionary of success message is equal to form submitted. Okay, and then what am I going to do, I'm going to return this page. So I'll take request as a parameter, my form.to.html context is equal to my dictionary, and here you can see now I have returned the my form2.html and context equal to my dictionary. So basically I would move to this part. We would use this, and here you can see it's alert warning. So just I told you you can have a quick remember that warning is for yellow, danger is for red, and green is for success. Okay, what you can do, alert success, and this would, okay, and I will display the success message here, but only I would display the success message only on one condition, that is percent if success is equal to true, then only I will display this. So I would this is the end of the div block, and I would end the condition percent end if, okay, there's a slight error here, and I hope now it's right. So I would python manage.py run server. Okay, so I will move to my form. On the get request, I get request, I render the form, and but on the post I will check the error handling. So what we can do here, I will type test uh, title test subject, and here you can see it says form submitted. Okay, so uh, there was a slight error because I missed the single s here, alert success, so it could not display the background color. But I would refresh this page, it says form resubmission. Okay, now it's pretty fine, it says form submitted. So we can add a margin top to this. So basically this would help us out. Style is equal to margin top is equal to 1 rem. Okay. Now it's pretty fine. We have a margin top, and on the cross button it is dissipate. So this is pretty cool. With this, for the same part we can do for the error also. Okay, but for this what we can do, you would move to our views.py file. This would be on else condition. So first we will check the error. I did this first because I wanted to have a quick idea of how this works. Okay, but if title is not okay, what we can do, this is our form. Okay, uh, and we can here add p class is equal to text muted note title should be capital. Okay, so this says note title should be capital. Okay, so when we move to our form, okay, now okay, I'll save it here. Then no, this time I would make a get request and render the form. Okay, I think it is throwing me an error. Okay, let me, for the time being, if one pass. Okay, now I would render the form on get request. Now this is fine. Okay, so it says title should be capital. Okay, this was just for the case I'm taking here. Okay, now if title is equal to title dot upper, so this is a string class in Python which can be checked. If title is not equal to title upper, then we can what we can do, we would do the same thing. My dictionary of error is equal to true. My dictionary of error message is equal to title title should be in capital letters. Okay, title should be in capital. Okay, I hope this is fine. We can have a capital C here. Title should be in capital, and then I would render the page on the same part. Okay, my form.to.html. Okay, but I would only show the error only on one condition. That would be if error should be true, and this, then I would show an error message. Okay, and this should be my danger class. Okay, so I hope now you have a clear idea what's happening. So I would make a get request test title test subject. Okay, now it says title should be in capital. Okay, and if I make a I'll make a test title here like in capital, test subject, or we can have this in small letters, no issue. test subject. Okay, so it says form submitted. Now I hope guys this is very clear to you. Okay, basically in this one what we are going to do, uh, we are going to that there can be multiple errors in the form. So like suppose I'll add a new entry to this, and the entry would be email. Okay, so here I'll give it as a title as email. Yeah, so email is the new title to my form. Sorry, email is the new field added to my form. Okay, now in use.py file I'll also request email is equal to request dot post, and I'll take email as a parameter. So here you can see that in my forms.py I added a new field email, a forms.char field label is equal to email, and in the very same way it was a text input. Okay, then I requested for email. Okay, now what I'll do, uh, here we are trying to see that there can be multiple errors on the page. So what we are going to do, I'll define an error flag which should be false in the beginning. So what we are going to do, so first, if title is not equal to title.upper, so I'll quickly remove all this. Uh, uh, so what we are, I'm basically trying to convey the idea that there can be multiple errors. So if title is not equal to title.upper, then error flag is equal to true, that error is there. Okay, and error message is equal to title should be in capital. But this time one thing I'm going to change, that errors is an array, or what you say, a list dot append error message. Okay, so this is fine. In the same way what I'm going to try to do that, so here you can see that this is an extension to the previous tutorial. So what I'm trying to define here, I'll define a regular expression regex. Okay, and so basically this regex is used to define the email address. So here you can see a dot symbol with the @ symbols. So what I'm going to do, regex. Okay, so basically I have my email. If not, so before this I need to define an import re. So this is a default library in Python to use regular expression. So what I'm going to do, I have my I have imported the library, regex is there, email is there. So if not regex, sorry, re dot search. So search is used to determine the match the regex pattern, regex comma email. Okay, if this happens, then what I'm going to do, yes, error flag will remain true, and errors dot append error message will come. But this time the error message would change. The error message would be error message is equal to not a valid email address. Okay, so basically I'm trying to convey the idea that uh, there's an error. Sorry, so I'll remove this line, if not re. Okay, so basically I'm trying to convey that idea that if title is not equal to title or upper, that error flag remains true. Error message would be this, and this would be dependent. This would be appended in the errors list. Okay, yeah, good. Then I made a logical. I made a if condition which state logically that if this is not a match or a search, then error flag will remain true, correct, and error message will be not a valid email address, and this would be appended in the errors list. Okay. Okay, new condition would be, next condition, if error flag is not equal to true, if error flag is not equal to true, so this is the third if condition, but this all if else condition depends on your logic part, how you can make them. To be on easy way, I'm making in such a way, if error flag is not equal to true, that there was no error, means error flag is not equal to true, then success is equal to true and success message is equal to form submitted. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I would render this to my form2.html. Okay, but I'll give a quick overview. If title is not equal to title.upper, then if not regex.search. If error flag is not equal to true, then this return render request my form.to.html context is equal to my dictionary. So this would help me out in this. So but before this, I need to update my dictionary. My dictionary is equal to, I'll update my dictionary. My dictionary of error is equal to error flag, and my dictionary of errors is equal to errors. Okay, so this is fine. So uh, uh, so I would make a so now this would render my dictionary to my form2.html. Okay, before this, what we can do, now I would move to my form.to.html. So basically in advance I've done this. If uh, if error is equal to true, yes, for error in errors you need to print this error, this for loop would end and this if condition would end. Okay, so I would restart my server. Python manage.py run server. So when I make a get request to my form, so here you can see an email has been added. Okay, I'll make a title test. Okay, I'll keep this in lowercase, test title, test subject, test mail, but this is not an valid email address. So here you can see title should be in capital and not a valid email address. Okay, uh, I'll make this test title, I'll make this in capital, test title, test subject, and test mail. So this time the title is valid but the email is not valid, so it should return me only this error. Let's submit this form. Yes, it says not a valid email address only. So test title, test subject, test user @mail.com. So it says form submitted. So I have gone through all the test cases, my form has passed. So with this you can see that how the logic works. So basically in the template part, what I'm trying to do was, if error is equal to true for error in errors. So basically I'll move to my views.py file. Here you can see my errors was this error arrays which I had made, and this was the error flag. So basically, even what you can do also, print my dictionary. So this would help you to get a better idea. Test title, test, and test mail. So it says not a valid email address. Okay, and what it says, yeah, here you can see the dictionary is like this. The errors has not a valid email error, not a valid email address, and error is true. So this is how you can work with this. In this tutorial, we are going to learn about 404 error handling page. So in this tutorial, we are going to learn about 404 error page. 404 error page would be created and it will be only rendered on an invalid route. So basically what we mean by the term that invalid route or due to exception handling, that if a user goes to an invalid route, invalid URL pattern, invalid path, invalid directory, whatever we say, like a 404 error page would be displayed. Either the access would not be allowed, it would be invalid URL or an invalid operation as well. Okay, so I'll give a use case where we can see this. So our server is running, so I'll move to my server, I'll make a request. Okay, now we can see that on a request our server has started. Okay, so I'll move to the urs.py file. I'll go to this about page. Yes, so it says about response absolutely working fine. Now in the same way I'll move to my form. Now I can see that on making a get request to this route, a valid page should render. So a valid page should render, and it says, yeah, here you can see, yeah, my form. Okay, now I'll again make a request to an my form 2. Okay, I'll simply type 2. Okay, yeah, now here we can see a page has come. Okay, so till now I've been making a request to a valid route, so there was no issue. But as soon as I make an invalid route, let me type something, my any page, so it says page not found because this URL never existed. My any page, my any page, new page, even this not existed. Okay, let me type something like some random characters. Even this random character URL does not existed. So but we can simply see here you are seeing this error because you have debug is equal to true in your Django settings file. Change that to false, and Django will display a standard 4040404 page. So basically what I mentioned here, so we will be seeing how we are able to integrate our own 404 page on debug is equal to false. So basically again I'll give you a use case which will help us to have a better understanding. So what we can do, debug is equal to false. So here you can see don't run with debug turned on in production. So like when if we are changing debug is equal to false, this means that we are going to be in deployment mode. So our application is in deployment mode. So like it clearly says don't run with debug turned on in production. So debug is not turned on, so debug is false. So it says, so we are actually trying to be in deployment mode. So if you are in deployment mode, you have to define the host. So right now I'm defining star, which works on all the hosts. Okay, so I'll run my server. Now this is fine. I'll make a request to my server. Yeah, this is hello world, absolutely working fine. In the same way about, absolutely working fine. uh, my my first page, yeah, or my form to any of the pages, yeah, absolutely working fine. But now if I type some random characters and move to a URL, it says not found, the request resource was not found in this server. Let me type something as my any page, new page, something like this, even not found. So now our application was in deployment mode. But as soon so what we can do, we can create our own 404 page. So basically what we are going to do, we are going to move this side Bootstrap. We are going to work with a jumbotron this time. So like we are going to go to templates, quickly create a 404.html. Okay, absolutely fine. And what I can do, I'll copy this, paste it here, change the setting to 404 error page. Okay, absolutely fine. I'll remove this heading. Good. I'll copy this code. Good. I'll paste it here. Good. Yes. So I'll page not found. So I'll give a heading that the page is not found, and I'll give a URL which says okay. So what I'll do, this page something, I'll give a message, page does not something, we can give any message, this page is missing or does not exist, something like we can give it as sorry, this page is missing or does not exist. Okay, so this is absolutely fine. Exists. Okay, this page is missing or does not exist, and what we are going to do, go to our home page. Yeah, this is fine, and I should define %URL single quotes %sign. So basically we have to define in this single quotes which route we want to move, and we'll move to url.py file, and the name would be index. Okay, so this is fine. Okay, and how we would render this page, so basically this is the url.py file of your my first app. Now I'll move to url.py file of first project. Okay, so please don't confuse yourself with these two files. This is my first project, this is my first app, and you need to define a 404 handler here. So handler 404 says, I'll quickly copy this, or even you can type handler 404, which says you have to define my app name. So basically our app name is here my first app dot views. So basically I'm referring to the views.py file, and I've defined the function error underscore 40 underscore view. Okay, error underscore 404 underscore view. So this is working fine. So it says that my first app dot views dot error underscore 404 underscore view does not exist because I have not defined it. So I'll move to views.py file, and I define error underscore 404 underscore view, which takes request as a parameter and even new parameter as exception. Here you can see. Okay, exception, and it will return render 404.html. Okay, so this is working fine. Okay, now here you can see, let me have a quick check. Handler 404, this is fine, and my first app dot views dot error underscores under view, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll move to my page. Yeah, this is my server, absolutely working fine. I'll move to an about page, absolutely working fine. Now let me move to a random URL. Okay, it says server error for 500. Something is missing. Okay, something is missing. Return request. Okay, I'm really sorry for this. I had missed the request parameter here. Okay, this is absolutely normal. You return render request then HTML page. So you return render request and HTML page. Okay, I'll then restart my server. This is working fine. Now I'll make a random URL request. So yeah, now this is absolutely working fine. So it says page not found, sorry, this page is missing or does not exist, and go to our home page. So yeah, we go to our home page, and you can see this time settings.py file debug is equal to false, and here that's why we can render our own 404 page. So one thing I would like to mention here that like this is a GitHub link, and this is the repository we are used to work, like we used to learn new concepts. But from now on we're going to work with on this repository, that is Django projects. Like in this repository Django projects, we are going to start building some projects. Initially this repository is empty, but as soon as we start making projects, I'll commit the changes. Okay, so guys, this is the link. Okay, I'll commit the changes as soon as you build projects, and I'll update the file as well, a readme file, so you can instructions. I'll define the instructions how you can run the project on your local machine as well. Okay, so let's get started with this. So basically today we are going to start with the calculator app of our Django. So we are going to make a calculator app. So I'll go to my repository. So I'm inside my repository, so I'll click on new terminal. So what do we need to do? So the very first command we are going to type is Django admin start project Django projects. So in the end you define your project's name. So I've defined the Django project as my projects. So here you can see the Django projects folder has been created. So I'll move inside my Django projects. Okay, fine. So I'll have a manage.py file inside this. Okay, yeah, this is absolutely fine. So I'll do okay, one thing we can do, what I can do is I'll type Python manage.py. Okay, run server. I'll do first run server. So this should start the server on my local machine. Yes, the server has started. So I'll type localhost colon local. Okay, so sorry for the mistake. So localhost colon 8000. Okay, yeah, here you can see the server has started, localhost colon 8000. Or you can move to this as well, 127.0.0.1 colon 8000. Okay, so yeah, now I type Python manage.py start app calculator app later app. Okay, I hope I'm correct with the spelling. Yes, calculator app. Okay, so the calculator app is created. Okay, so what you can do, okay, Django projects, here you can see that our app is at the same directory level with the manage.py file. Okay, now one thing you can do, I'll create a virtual environment here. So you need to might have to install a virtual environment package as well. Yeah, so I'll type virtual env my env. So this would create an environment variable inside the project. So yes, I hope the environment variable has been created. Okay, for this virtual env, I would in case it throws an error, so you might have to install a virtual environment package using pip. I guess it's pip install virtual env. It's simple, or maybe I'll update this in next video. Okay, if it throws an error. Okay, so you can even check out on the documentation as well. Okay, so I have created a virtual env. So what I need to do, so now I'll have to activate my virtual environment, my env slash scripts slash activate. Okay, you please make sure of the direction in the slash symbol is defined. Okay, now you can see the virtual env has been activated. Now I'll type Python manage.py. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm really sorry for this. What you need to do now, if I start my server, it won't start. So I need to define. Okay, even I can try this out. Python manage.py start out. Okay, now start app. Run server. So what you can see, it could not import Django because inside my environment Django is not installed. So I'll just quickly install the Django inside my environment variable, pip install Django. Okay, so the Django will be installed in the like it will be installed in the environment variable. So by the time I'll give you a brief overview. So like basically we are going to define the template directory, static files. Like now we have created the project, we have created the app. Now we are going to create a requirements.txt file as well. So this will be all about development environment. Then like in the upcoming, we are going to work with front end part, then back end part, Then error handling. So basically some new design as well to how we can make our app beautiful, like in the front end part responsive. So we're going to cover them as well. Okay, so let's move to this. Okay, yeah, it's getting installed. Okay, so basically what we are going to do, we are take the input from the user. It will help us to we will take input from the user, then we will even the mathematical inputs can have some error. We'll check errors as like division by zero error. We check some error handling and this at that level as well. Okay, so yeah, now here you can see your environment has been installed, and I'll type pip freeze requirements dot txt. Okay, yeah, here you can see the requirement.txt has been created. So I'll move to requirement.txt. Now here you can see, like, now if you want to do, you can also do one thing, you can type control F, and you can simply type quick equal to uh, I have tried this thing, like you can replace with this with greater than equal to sign. Like this would help you, like in if in any like in any other like in upcoming if there's any another version like 3.0.0 3.0.4. so like 3.0.4 3.0.4. so like in any future, if you have a new version, so this would update to that version because it has a greater than equal to sign. So any version greater than equal to 3.0.4 will be updated. So you can apply this to your requirements.txt file to get updated, or if it might throw error, you can revert back to this with the equal to sign. Okay, you can simply do greater than equal to, then replace with equal to sign. Okay, you can try this out. Okay, so because I have tried this once. Okay, so now the requirement.txt file has been created. Now we will move to our settings.py file quickly. Okay, this is the settings.py file. Okay, so one thing you need to define, os.path.join. Okay, I'll define base directory. Yeah, good. And templates. Okay, yeah, good. And I'll define a static URL is equal to URL, and you need to define static file directory as os.path.join base directory and static folder. I quickly copy this. Yes, good. Yes, so I'll do this. I'll move into my Django projects. Okay, so what you need to do, so at this level you need to define two folders. One is templates, good. Another is static. Okay, so this is good. Okay, and what we are going to do now, what you can do, we do, like we are going to move to our urls.py file. Okay, so yeah, so this is include path comma include. Okay, and you can define a path to here as calculator app include calculator data. Okay, calculator app dot urls. Okay, so I'll run my server, but okay, now I'm inside my calculator app, so I'll create a new file, urls.py file here. So basically, okay, I'll do one thing. Yes, new file, urls.py, fine, absolutely fine. And from here, what I can do, I'll quickly copy this, paste it here, good. And I'll define URL patterns as well. Okay, 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 I'll define from dot, sorry, from dot import views. So this would bind my urls.py file to views, and I'll give views views dot index name is equal to index. Yes. Okay, but I have to go to my views.py file as well. Yes, that's why I'll define def index request. Okay, and I'll define from Django dot http import http response at least response. Yes, good. And return http response server started. Okay, so this should work now. Python man.py run server. I hope there's no error. Yes. Okay, and I'll move to calculator. Yeah, good, absolutely fine. So we are right now. I have created the development environment. So like just for the last few seconds, I was like while I was doing something, I was implementing it. So like I'll give quick overview. Settings.py file, you're done. You are just so what I tried to do that on the calculator app. Okay, so basically I used to like in the previous tutorial I used to keep it as a blank, but right now I've done this as localhost calculator app because there might be a possibility that we might be creating many apps into this single project. Okay, so like on this calculator app route, like if I go to this route, like I here you can see calculator app server started, but if I move to this, so this is the slash admin. Okay, we will be discussing about Django admin as well, so I'll try to fix this error in the next tutorial. Till then you can move to localhost colon 8000 calculator app. So like here you can see the server has started. So like in this it included the calculator app.urls, and now like in this path views.index was called, and I return an HTTP response of server started. Okay, so like in the previous lecture what we did, I will run my server python manage.py run server. So basically I'll move to localhost colon 8000. Yeah, good. So I was now what I'm trying to show that our project can has multiple apps. So this is the uh, root app of our project. So I'll clarify this. Like as soon as I move to calculator app, it says the calculator app is running. So like in the end of the last video I was having some I was having error at this point. Like when I used to do localhost colon 8000, it used to throw me an error that it could not find the path. Okay, something like 404 error page. So like now how did I solve this? I like a localhost colon 8000 shows me the server has started, and calculator app shows the calculator app is running. At this route we are going to make an app. So what I did, so I'll move to my urls.py file of the Django projects. Good. So like in this you can see what I did. I created like this is my calculator app. Okay, good. Now I created a new app with the name root app dot with the name root app, and I linked the default path to the root app.urls, and I'll open the root app.urls. So it says path like views.root, name is equal to root, and I'll move and it returned an HTTP response. The server has started. So this corresponds to the root app. So I made a root app to make sure that it doesn't throw me an error on the main route. Okay, so basically why I did this, because we are going to create multiple apps on this single project. So when I move to my app calculator app, so it says calculator app is running, so absolutely fine. Okay, now one thing we are going to do, so what we can do, I'll close to the right. Yeah, good. Okay, I'll close this as well and close this as well. Okay, now I'm inside my settings.py file. So I did os.part.join base directory and templates. Basically we are going to refer to the calculator app template, so I'll give a slash calculator app. Okay, so this is fine. Now calculator app is the folder which I'm going to define in templates. Okay, so yeah, here you can see what what I was talking about, that I created a root app and then a calculator app. So this is absolutely fine now. Okay, now I'll move inside my templates and create a new folder with the name calculator app. Yeah, good. And I'll create, okay, so I moved inside my calculator app templates. Now I'll move to that folder, templates. What I'm going to do, I'll move to the templates folder. Okay, templates, yeah, here it is. Yeah, templates. Okay, and now I'll move inside the templates. Okay, good. And I'll create new file and type index.html. Okay, is this fine? Yeah. Okay, so I'm inside my templates calculator app index.html. Yeah, good. So what I can do now is, what I'll do, I'll go to the Bootstrap website. Okay, I'll go to the documentation, getting started. So I'll copy the base template here. I'll quickly copy this, paste it in my index.html. I'll save this file as well. Okay, now the server has restarted. So I'll go to my page and okay, but I forgot to do one thing. What I need to do, I'll move to views.py file of the calculator app, and instead of this I'll return a page, return render request, and then index.html. Okay, so I'll refresh this page. Okay, is there any error? Okay, I'll refresh this page. Yeah, it says hello world. So basically it's all working fine. Now what we have to do, like we have to create a footer, like navbar. We have to do a responsive design as well. So we'll quickly now do the work. So what we can do, let's quickly search out for navbar. Okay, yeah, here's the navbar. Okay, I can copy this. I'll move to my index.html. I'll remove the heading. Okay, first I'll give a title as Django calculator later app. So this is going to be a single page application. So so this is going to be a single page application. I can copy this, so we don't need a form. I'll cut this. Even I don't this. Okay, okay. So basically I don't need the nav down also, so I can cut this. Okay, okay, first I'll type Django calculator app, good. And basically even I don't need this also. Not even okay, Django calculator app. Okay, I can save this, then refresh my page to see what's happening. Yeah, now it's absolutely fine. Instead of this I'll give an about, okay, and I'll give this an about. Now I'll check on pressing control shift I. Yes, this is absolutely working fine. Okay, so yeah, we'll try to improve on this as well. So basically for footer, what we can do, Okay. Okay, so okay, I went to cards. Okay, okay, we'll do one thing. Okay, what we can do? Div class is equal to card body. Yeah, good. So we are inside. Okay, now we'll move to that as well. So we are inside our body. Div class is equal to card. Okay, so before this, I need to define a container as well. Div class is equal to container fluid. Good. And div class is equal to row. Div class is equal to call md6, and then a div class is equal to, yeah, card, then a card body would do. Yes, card body as well. Okay, and I'll go to the page. Yes, it's absolutely working fine. And I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 auto. Okay, so this is absolutely fine. I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 and auto. I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 auto. So the style is in the would be in the middle. And here you can see I'll define a form inside it. uh, and in this I'll quickly define the forms. Okay, div class is equal to form group. So basically we have to define a div class is equal to form group. Good. Now we have to define inside the and label. Okay, so a class of form control has to be defined here. So input, basically I'm going to type input type is equal to search, because our class is equal to okay, sorry for this. Class is equal to form control. Name is equal to, I'll define this as query. ID is equal to query as well. Okay, and I hope this is and I have to define a method here. Method is equal to get action is equal to, I'll define the action as well. Okay, so until the time you can keep a hash here. Okay, I have refreshed the page, and yeah, so even I have to define a margin top as well. So this is 1 rem, then auto, then bottom is 0. So this is the full hand notation. Top, this go then top left is bottom, then again right. Yeah, now this is fine. Okay, so and I have to define two input. So basically in this I'm going to define button group. Button group. So basically the button group would work in this way, or we can do what we can do. I'm inside my form card body. So what I can do input type is equal to submit class is equal to form button primary. Okay, and I have to define as new input also, because if the user input type is equal to reset. Okay, class is equal to button primary. What we can do, refresh the page. Okay, yeah, this is absolutely working fine. We'll try to give different colors to the button. Okay, and now we'll add the footer. Okay, the footer would be in the same way. We are going to do this. Div class is equal to container fluid. Div class is equal to row. Div class is equal to row. Then I'll do div class is equal to call md12. Okay, and I'll give this as, I'll define this as, okay, let me do one thing. I'll define this as footer. Footer class is equal to fixed bottom, because I want this to be remain at the bottom of the screen. Okay, and I'll define as a p, okay, footer, yes. Okay, here you can see the footer is being displayed, but what I can do, background light, will this work? Okay, let me check one thing. Nav is equal to background light, yes, navbar light. I'm trying to give the same color to the footer as navbar. Okay, I'll check this out, but like we have made a raw structure to our application, so now we would be completing it. So like the first thing I would like to show you about the footer. We had some issues in the footer, like in the last tutorial. So like I'll right click here, click on inspect, and try to do something like this is our footer. So what I can do, I can add a background of black. Oh no, sorry, black. Yeah, now it's absolutely working fine. The text color should be white. Yeah, it's good. And text align should be center. Yeah, absolutely working fine. So we'll commit the changes here. So I'll add a style here. Background is equal to black. Good. And we'll make color is equal to white. Here color represent text color white. Good. And the text align should be center. Good. So what I want to do, we have a div class is equal to container fluid, and I'll give a margin bottom here, margin bottom of at least 20 rem to be to give like this would help me out, like to have a scrollable view downside. Okay, so like now it's working fine. So I'll move to the container fluid. Okay, this is the container fluid. Yes, so like here you can see I've given a margin of 20 ram, 22 ram, 24 ram. So like okay, I'll look into this. Okay, so next thing we can do, what we can do is we have a about. So like we want a image here, so we'll add image. Class is equal to image fluid. Okay, now and I define a source to it. Source is equal to percent static. Okay, and then a percent sign and end symbol, then logo dot jpg. I think this should work fine. Okay, it is throwing me an error. Okay, yeah, at the top of the template you need to define percent dot static, percent load static. Yeah, so it is throwing. Okay, let me see. Like I'm in my templates, static folder. Oh, the name is main.jpg. Sorry. Okay, I'll move to the link, and this is main.jpg. Yeah. So we have an image here also. Good. So like it's fine. So what we can do, like I'll align this button to the center, and what we can do, like this is button primary, so I'll give success as button success, and this is as button danger. Okay, and I'll give a style is equal to display block. Okay, so this would I'll try to margin 0 auto, and I'll apply the same setting to the another button as well. Okay, so I'll refresh this page. Yeah. Okay, okay, what we can do, okay, I'll give this as another row div class is equal to row, good, and div class is equal to call md6, and what I'll do, I'll press Ctrl X, Ctrl V, and div class is equal to call md6. Okay, so I tried to give a row to it. No, this isn't working. Div class is equal to call 6. Okay, what we can do here is we will inspect it here. Okay, see this is a row which is showing. Okay, good. Okay, the problem was that my call wasn't inside the row. Okay, so this now this is fine. Okay, my call wasn't inside the row, so now it is inside the row. Yeah, now it's absolutely working fine. Okay, so we have two buttons, submit and reset. Okay, what why was the use of the reset? Okay, if I type any equation 2 plus 3 plus 5, okay, something, so the reset button would reset the text. Okay, okay, so this is absolutely working fine. Okay, what we can do here, we can provide like what we can provide some text at the footer, like thanks for using our app. Okay, we can provide this, and in the same way what we can do, we'll move to the body part. What do we can right click here, so this is looks good, and here we can see for the front end part you need to be do some like inspect and do something, because you might not be accurate at the first time. Okay, so okay, what we can do, uh, I'll give a class. I'm inside my body, so I'll give a here I'm inside my body. I'll give a whole class a background light. This should work. So this would, yeah, here you can see my body has the same color as the nav bar. Okay, so this gives me a glossy interference. Okay, it might be just I want to tell you that you can give any color you want. You can right click here, so here you can see the background color might be this. You can do color inspector and try to give any color of your choice. Okay, what you want you can give any color. So this one I'm trying to keep things basic. It's up to you want to make any changes. Okay, and now what can we can do, I'll refresh this page. Yeah, good. So what we can do, so we have basically done with this. So I'll try to give one thing I had mentioned about the margin bottom here. So let me check with this. Okay, yes, this is the margin bottom. Yeah, Yeah, I have increased. Yeah, that's why I was saying I was increased to trying to increase the margin bottom. Like it would give you a flexible view down there as well, because next we are going to create the about part. So like we'll give a about block, and div class is called md6. Again, I was inside my form, then inside my, this is the row, end of the row. Okay, then I'll again have the row div class is equal to row, and div class is equal to call md6. I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 auto, and something good, like we'll use some typography here, typography. So we can have various things. That is one thing you can use here is a display 4, or maybe lead as well, what kind you want to use. So like maybe you can use, what I can do, use p class is equal to display, we can use display 4. This is about, then we can give an hr tag, it will create a line, and then we can use p class is equal to lead, our calculator app can perform mathematical operations. Okay, now I'll refresh this page. Yeah, now okay, it's like it's fine. What we can do, uh, I'll give a margin top of 1 rem, then auto 0, then auto. Okay, okay, maybe, or 2 rem, or 2 rem also. And one thing I wanted to show you here, that I'll give this row, or maybe you can say column id is equal to about, or maybe name is equal to about as well, name is equal to about. And when at the top of my nav bar, if I come here, I'll give it as hash about, because hash represents to the id. Okay, so basically even the VS Code says, like I click on here, I get to this id. Okay, so this is absolutely working fine. Okay, and when I'm here, I click on about, I get down to here. So basically this was an example how you can use id with the reference tag. Okay, okay, now if I come to control shift I, okay, okay, and I click on about, I get to the about part. Okay, it can be in lengthy paragraph as well. Okay, it's up to you. uh, and I'll give it as a style is equal to text align is equal to center. Okay, even to the heading also, text align is equal to center. Yeah, good. So like we are like almost done with the front end. So this was the layout of our app. So this was responsive. You can press Control Shift I, or you can simply right click and click inspect. So this is the responsive nature of our app. So basically we can type anything 2 plus 3, and we are going to reset. So this, we are able to implement this functionality. The next part we are going to do, basically we are going to add instructions block, as well as define a form submission URL to the page, and then we will build a backend logic with exception handling as well. Okay, so let's get started with this tutorial. So basically what we can do, uh, so this we can define a list li class is equal to nav item. Okay, then same way a anchor tag, which is represented by a nav link. Good. And href is equal to hash instructions. instructions. Okay, and instructions, yeah, good. So this works fine. So we can I would we can move to the page and see this. Okay, I'll uh, yes, we can see here instruction has come, but as soon as click, because I have not defined the instructions ID, so what we can do, we can move to this and we can see this row which represents the about block. So I'll copy this row, control C, and then I'll press control V. So I'll do this as instructions. Okay, good. And I have to define an instruction ID here as well, because hash instructions, yeah, good. So I have defined the hash instructions. So I can so we can define some instructions. So how we can define them, what we can do, we can move to Bootstrap and use list group. So in this way we can learn a new thing also. This is a list group which also has list group item in it. So here are many, you can choose any style of you. So I'll use this one. Okay, so what I can do, I'll move this HR tag, paragraph, and put this list group, and I'll move to the page. And yeah, here you can see here the instructions I've defined. So when I click on instructions, okay, so there might be some issues. Hash instructions. Okay, there is an issue. Hash. Okay, you don't need to define a hash inside, because when I was referring here, okay, let me go over. Yeah, hash instructions. When I click on this, I'll move to this because this ID is only instructions. So there was by mistake an hash instructions. So okay, I'll refresh this page. Yeah, good. Now I click on instructions, I move to this block. Okay, this is now this is working fine. So we can define some instructions here, like plus sign. We can define we can define some instructions. Plus for addition, okay, and simply something like star for multiplication. Okay, something like and we can define this for division. Okay, and basically we're working in Python, so we might be using Python, and this is for floor division. Yeah, and we can try also like this for minus. Okay, so basically we have defined some instructions like plus for addition, minus multiplication, division, floor division. We can another define like something like this also. Parenthesis also we can define. Okay, we can define, or we can define as brackets. Okay, or we can simply type parenthesis. I think parenthesis. Okay, so basically parentheses are used to define a priority, like if you want to evaluate first that parenthesis then next. So we would move to the page and I'll refresh this page. Okay, so this looks good. Plus for addition, minus multiplication, division, floor division, and parenthesis. Okay, so this looks fine. So what we can do define, we can define a new URL here. So we'll try now, we'll move to some backend part. So I'll move to urls.py file. So I'll define a path is equal to submit query. Okay, and views dot submit query, and I'll give this a name as equal to submit query. Okay, so I'll define some single quotes here, submit query. Okay, now this is fine. Now I'm referring to submit query in views folder. So I'll go to views. So this is throwing me an error because since I have not defined a view submit query in my views. So define submit submit query. Okay, and I'll take a request as a parameter, and what I can do, till now I will define pass statement here. Okay, so this looks fine, and now in my HTML page I would move to my HTML page, and what I can do, I have an action here. Yes, percent URL is equal to submit query. Yes, this looks fine. Okay, so this looks fine. Yeah, this is submit query, fine. Now I would move to my submit query block. Use.submit query. Yes. Okay. And I'll return what I can do. I'll take q as a parameter, and request dot get query, because I would show one thing, that inside my form I can move to the form. Yeah, yeah, here you can see that input type is equal to text form control, and here the name is query, so you should have the same name for the get parameter as well. So in my views.py file, that's why I'm type request dot query, because this refers to the same name in the form we were referring to. So what we can do, so I will return an HTTP response of q. Okay, so this should work fine. Now I'll move to the page and I'll refresh this. Okay, this is still now fine. 2 plus 3 star 5, so I should submit this. Yeah, now this is working fine. Here you can see that I went to the route as soon, so I'll quickly give a overview of this, what I did. So here you can see that first I defined inside my navbar, I gave hash instructions and defined an instructions block. So basically you can these were instructions: plus for addition, minus, multiplication, division, pro division, parenthesis. Okay, now then I went to urls.py file, then I defined a path submit query, which calls the function views.submit query. The name is equal to submit query. Then I went to the views.py file, then I did request.get query, and q is equal to this. Okay, so return HTTP response of q. Okay, so this is fine. What we can do also, in the same way we can return a JSON response as well. For this you have to import JSON response, and you can do JSON response of q. So I'll make a get request. Okay, what you need to do, you need to define a JSON dictionary, and here you can define q is equal to q, and then I have to return a JSON dictionary. Yeah, here you can see now this is working as a JSON object which says q parameter and then 2 plus 3 star 5. Okay, so for a JSON response you have to define a dictionary, because then it works like a JSON object. Okay, so in this way we can define an HTTP response as well. So yeah, now this is fine. So I'll quickly do this. Yeah, this is working fine. Okay, so I'll move to the page. Okay, I'll type something else, -2, then reset button. I'll copy this. Reset button works fine. I'll paste it here and submit. Yeah, now this is working fine. So basically what we are going to do, we would in this tutorial, what we are going to do, evaluation of query and adding a try except block. In this tutorial is continuation of tutorial number 20. In this we would evaluate query as well as add try except block. So we will implement evaluation, try except block, and render to front end part. So this is going to be an interesting tutorial, so let's get started with this. So basically till now we had defined a submit query route, and we were taking request.get query and q, then we returned an HTTP response of q. So basically what we can do, I can type any mathematical equation that is 2 plus 3. So I would submit this and it returns me 2 plus 3. So this looks good. So we can move to the back page, home page, index page. So basically this we are making a application. So basically about, then instructions. So we can check the responsive nature as well. Control Shift I. Okay, and this is the navbar and then instruction and this. So what we can also try, like if you scroll down the page, what you see the navbar is navbar. We cannot see the navbar on the top if we scroll down the page. Like we are on the top of the page. As soon as we scroll down the page, we don't see the navbar on the top. To this is like what you can do on the navbar class. We can move to the navbar class and type fixed top. So what would it do? Like I'll refresh this page. So like I'll refresh this page and you can see here's a navbar. Okay, and when you press Ctrl Shift I, so when you scroll down the page, you see the navbar is fixed on the top. So this is an additional utility to your front end part. If you want to carry on with this, then it's absolutely fine. So I just showed you like you can fix the navbar on top when you scroll down the page. So as soon as I remove this fixed top, so what I observe when I refresh this, okay, so navbar is looking on the top, but as soon as I scroll, it disappears. So you can choose the functionality to your part if you want to use the fixed top additional utility of navbar. Okay, so now we are moved to use.py file. So we would add a try except block. Try if this is successful and accept. Okay, so this is fine. So what we are going to do, we are taking an answer is equal to eval. Eval is an inbuilt function in Python which takes a string as a mathematical equation, then evaluates it and returns an basically answer to that mathematical equation. Okay, so what you can do, answer is equal to eval q, then I would define my dictionary. So basically the q would remain the q, okay, and the answer would be the answer. And if this operation is successfully, if this try block gets executed, so I would say error is false. Okay, so this should work fine till now. And if what I can do, if this is true, like what I mean to say that if this operation is successful, then I would return render request, then index.html, and then I would context is equal to my dictionary. Okay, if this is true, then till the time being, I would say pass is equal to I would try add a pass statement to the except block because it was throwing an error, because so this should work fine. Okay, now what I can do, if this is true, then this should work fine. Okay, then like I'll move to my index.html. This is a navbar. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the container fluid. So div class is equal to row, then div class is equal to call md6, style would be margin auto 0, style will be margin 0 auto. Okay, so if this, okay, what I can do, %if error. So basically %if error, because I'm trying to say if error means if error was true, so it would show the error. Okay, so if true, then I would do something else. If it error is false, then I mean there is no error, then I would use else part to show the result. Then I would end this I would end this if else equation with end if tag. Okay, this is this looks good. Okay, so %end if error %else. Okay, good. So what I can do, alert, I'll move to the alert and I'll copy this. And if this is an error, okay, so what I can do, I'll quickly, if error, sorry, there is an error, or you can simply type sorry, error is fine, strong. And to do this, you would use alert warning, not alert danger. Okay, and in the else part you need to show that if that result was successfully. So I'll copy this, okay, and I'll use alert success. So first we are going to test our application. So we'll move to the page. I'll refresh this. Okay, so first, okay, so there's some issue here with the, okay, div class is equal to alert, okay, div class is equal to call md6. Okay, I need to check this, like if error, yes, okay, I'll move this equation to here. Okay, there div class is equal to call md6, yes, and here is the row, yes. Yeah, now this is absolutely working fine, and error is showing me in green color. Let me check this. Okay, yeah, okay, because this was answer. Okay, yeah, okay, so let me go with this 2 plus 3. Yeah, 2 plus 3 is 5, so this looks fine. Okay, so yes, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. So let me perform some mathematical equation. 2 plus 3 star 4, 14. Okay, yeah, this is good. And let me define some equation. Let me do 2 plus 3 divided by 2. Like this would evaluate to 5, then 5 divided by 2, 2.5. This should return 2.5. Yes, but if I do the same equation with floor division, that is 2. Okay, we can try some more mathematical operations, like 2 to the power 3. Yeah, this is 8. So what you can do, so like here you can add this, like double star for exponential, like you can add this double star for exponential. Okay, and in the same way you can add modulus as well, mod. So this would like this is for the mod operation. Okay, so basically mod operation is to get a you can I'll quickly perform a mod operation, like this is 10 modulus 3. So it should give 1, I guess. Yes, this is 1, so absolutely correct. So like I will quickly explain this. Like we added exponential operator as well, so I'll quickly explain 5 double star 5, so and then minus 2. So this is 25. Okay, I'll quickly put bases here. So this is 25 minus 23. Now there might be some error. 5. Okay, I made a mistake. I'm really sorry for that. That was 5 to the power 5, if I'm not wrong. That is 5 to the power 5, then minus 2. Okay, so the 5 to the power 5 was 3125, then minus 2 return 3123. Basically what I meant was 5 square, so that was 5 to the double star 2 minus 2, that is 5 square is 25 minus 2 is 23. So basically we are tested with the application, and one thing I would show, then as soon as I type 1 divided by 0, this is an error, so it should return me an error. So it didn't return an HTTP response object. So we'll go to the views.py file. So we'll continue this. My dictionary of error is equal to true. Okay, and in the same way, my dictionary of error is equal to true. So what you can do, or you can define a new dictionary here. Error is true, and I should return the same page with the context is equal to my dictionary. Yes. So I now I will go back to the page. Now 1 divided by 0. Yeah, now this works absolutely fine. That 1 divided by 0 was an error, so it threw me an error. Okay, then again there is an issue with the front end part. So let me check. Div class is equal to, yes, div class if error. Okay, if error, there is an error on this front end, on the front end part. So let me check. Okay, then I will show this is a div. Okay, so this div to call MD and the div to ends to row. Okay, if this error, then you display this row. Else, on the else part, what we can do, div class is equal to row. Okay, good. Then again I'll define, sorry, div class is equal to call md6. Yes, now I would close this div. Okay, this is a div. Now this is a div to the call and another div to the row, and this is the container. This should not be to the container fluid. Yes, now I'll move to the page. Yeah, now this is absolutely working fine. Now on 1 divided by 0, so we'll quickly test the application. 1 divided by 0 error. Yeah, down the front end is good. I'll quickly 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. Yeah, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, and this is on the left. Okay, let me check. This is a call md6 if error. Okay, let me move this. Okay, let me click on inspect. I am in this call md6 margin 0 auto. Okay, and let me change the view. Edit. I'll add a laptop screen. Yeah, this is working fine. This is I'm inside the row. Call is equal to md6. So style is equal to margin 0 auto. Yes. Okay. Yes. Style is equal to margin 0 auto. So yes, now this should work. Okay, we'll quickly 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, or we'll type 2 plus 3 is 4, 14. Yeah, good. Now 1 divided by 0 error. So basically you need to tackle errors because now we are completely done with the application. Here you can see, like, we get an error on evaluating on when we put 0 as an input. Let me type 1 minus 1. This should Yeah, return 0. Now absolutely fine. So let me try some random words, like something as random, and what does it show? So that shows an error as well. Okay, on random input. So basically you can put numbers, like you can quickly put numbers, then reset it. Okay, then again put numbers, then submit here, then 14, then 10. It will show error. Yeah, on random text, on random text it would also show error. So guys, we are completely done with our application. So thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch you up in the next lecture. So basically the error on the front end part, how I resolved it, I'll quickly, if there was an error, so I made a new row, particular row for that. Okay, so it and the call md6 was on margin 0 auto or center, and if there is no error, so I would return the answer. And in the same way, what you can do, you can simply add q is equal to this. So basically this would return the query as well. So we can do 2 plus 3. Yes, so here it says 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. So this is absolutely correct. So yeah, now this is application looks pretty good. So you can try out the front end part. So just try to we'll also try the responsive nature of this app as well. So I have now Control Shift I. Okay, so basically I'll try something 2 double star 3. Okay, so 2 double star is equal to 8. Yeah, so guys, this is absolutely fine. So thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next lecture. So I have added some exponential as modulus operator. You can try out some modulus operator at 10 mod 5. 10 mod 5, so this should be 0. Yes, so thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next lecture. So thank you so much. Hello everyone. So hello everyone, I saw an error in this application. Like when we go to the index page without any query submission, I see a equal to sign. So actually this equal to sign is basically to do to this else part. So we need to create just a little bit different logic. So what we can do, we'll move to views.py file, and here we can do result is equal to true. Okay, yes, and I'll quickly copy this, and in this part I would do result. If the error is false, then result is should true. If error is true, then result should be false. Okay, good. Now I would move to my index.html page. So I would, if this condition with an end if, %end if, and I would give this else part as if result. Okay, so this looks good, and this would avoid our error. So I'll quickly test my application. When I move to the index page, yes, now the equal to sign has gone. Now I would query 2 plus 3 is equal to submit. Yes, 5 is good. Then 1 plus 0, then error should be there. Yeah, but when I move to the index page, so there is no equal to sign. So this is the GitHub link of our repository. You can move to this project, download this project. I have defined below the instructions, and I would be updating the instructions soon, because now we are going to working on a new app, and basically we are going to work in the same repository. So basically I wanted to do this because we are going to make inside a single Django project, we are basically going to develop 2 apps. So I would define few changes how you can use 2 apps inside a single project. So main motive would be because we would be using the same template, and I would tell you how you can use the same template and defining the other backend part. So this way how you can use the basic template which we used in a previous app in this app as well, and I would defining which changes you have to do. So this would help you out. So let's get started. So basically in this we are going to design a Django voting app. So in this app we have a list of programming languages which the user in that we will provide real-time suggestions under the search. Like suppose any user types the letter J, then we would provide them suggestions, the programming languages starting with the letter J, such as Java or JavaScript. Or same in the, if we type P, then we would have P is like Perl programming language, Python. So in this, like C stand for C and C++. So we would be providing suggestions. Like in the P, we could also define a suggestion under PHP as well. So like in this tutorial, we are going to create a voting app. We are going to start with this, and we vote for each programming language. Then we use a progress bar, that how many votes they have got, and we then would return or render a progress bar on the front end part, and we would update the vote for each language if we vote for more. Okay, so let's get started with this. So basically this is my server. So the server has started. Okay, because I've so basically I would define some few changes, like this is my settings.py file. So earlier it was template slash calculator app, but now it is voting app because we would be referring to the templates folder. So I would move to the templates folder. Yeah, this is the templates folder. So it has two folders. The one is for calculator app and another is for voting app. So we are referring to the voting app folder inside the templates. So for the earlier app we used to refer calculator app, so you need to define a change calculator app if you're using calculator app, and then if you're using voting app, then you need to define voting app. So basically what we did, we created the same HTML page. Okay, now then for calculator app, if you want to use, then we need to define template slash calculator app if we are going to run the calculator app. Okay, and if you want to run the voting app, we need to define template slash voting app. Okay, so this is the main change we need to define. So please take care about it, and I will define this in the repository instructions as well. Okay, and the next, okay, now we'll move to urls.py file. Okay, let me do one thing. urls.py file of Django projects. Okay, so basically when I do, okay, this is calculator app, so include calculator app.urls. So for voting app, we will do voting app include voting app.urls. This is very simple. Okay, so basically in the same way, I'll give a quick overview. For templates, we have templates folder. Let me again show you the templates folder. Yes, templates for calculator app, templates for voting app, then urls.py file for calculator app as well and voting app as well. Okay, now we'll move to urls.py file. So basically I'm clicking on urls.py file or voting app. Okay, so this is very similar. We have done this as earlier as well. So like we have like URL pattern path views.index name is equal to index. Now if I go to views.py file, so I'll move to the views.py file of voting app. Okay, so you this is a backend logic we'll be also working on. Okay, so before this, what we can do, so this is the index. So we can what we can do, we need to generate let me do one thing, or we can do what we can do. I'll run this server. Okay, and then I'll move to voting app. Yeah, here you can see like this is Django voting app. Okay, and like I've defined few changes. I'll move to index.html file. So basically when I'm moving to index.html file, I'm moving to the voting app. Okay, so this looks fine. Okay, so I changed the title Django voting app. I'll define as Django voting app. Django voting app. Django voting app, good. About instructions, I'll move to the about and instructions. So pick your favorite language. Okay, so you need to define in this, pick your favorite language and vote. Okay, and vote. Okay, this is very simple. Then select your language and see result. This is the basic instructions. Okay, in the navbar I have defined some changes. You can see like in the nav class, navbar dark and background is dark. So here you can see this navbar dark reference to this and background dark reference to this color. So here you can see the navbar has been dark in color. So to see the responsive nature, we can press Ctrl Shift I. Okay, so here you can see it's good. Okay, we have the nav bar, so it's working fine. So in the about, pick your favorite language, select your language and see results. Okay, so in this next so basically we are going to define and one thing we need to make sure that that in the form I had defined the image, like I'm referring to the static folder. Okay, let me go to the static folder. This is main.jpg. Okay, and this is main2.jpg. Okay, so so basically in main.jpg, this was referring to the calculator app, and this is main2.jpg, and this is referring to this coding background structure. Okay, so basically, so like and the good part is that index.html still exists. So this is the index.html of calculator app. So this is the index.html of calculator app, and this is the all logic we had written: if error, if end result. Okay, and here you can see the navbar is equal to, I can show you one thing, the navbar light and navbar background is light, that this is for the calculator app. Okay, and like in this even the image we had made also, that was main.jpg. So here I can trying to show the similarities between that. Under the same Django project, we are making it two apps, and basically I wanted to show you one thing, that we are using the same template for both the apps without writing the code as much, and just making the modification necessaries we needed. Okay, so this is also good. So basically, I'll just a quick hint, like if you want to use calculator app, you need to define template/calculator app here. Okay, so very quick overview: the templates calculator app is there, and the same way templates voting app is there. Then both of them has index.html, index.html. One has a different image, one has another image, and background dark and background light for different respective navbars, what I've defined. So in order to run the respective app, what you need to do, you need to define template/calculator app when you are going to run the calculator app, and template/voting app when you are going to run the voting app. So let me be very clear with this, so it doesn't create an issue. Okay, so basically what I want you to do, I want you to solve to get further move on with the backend part also, because we are going to use this ready-made template which will help us in the front end time. I want you to solve one coding problem here, because this will help you to make a backend logic. So I'll type control N. Like you have an array, okay, and it has all the elements, like it can be any elements, 1 2 2 2 comma 3 comma 3 comma 3, or something like mixed numbers as well, or like 4 comma 4 comma 4. Okay, it might not be necessary, it is sorted. I'll give this a 7 2 1 3 4 5 6. Okay, what I can do, this is an array. Okay, I'll copy this. Okay, I'll open the page. Okay, sorry, I'll open the IDLE. Yes. Okay, so this is the array. So what I want you to do, like I want you to get the frequency of each element. Okay, so like what I want to tell you, that if I do array dot count 1, okay, so it returns 3. Like 1 is 3 times, this is a 1, this is a 1, this is a 1, so 3 times 3. So like, but I want you to do like what I want you to do, like basically I want you to design a data structure in such a way, because this is very necessary, which stores the frequency of each element in, like a frequency of each element of the array it stores in itself. So you want to design a data structure. So I would give you a hint, like in this tutorial, what you can do, you can define a dictionary as a data structure, in which a key will be element of array. Okay, good, and the value will be frequency. Okay, so it might not be necessary that array should be sorted or unsorted, it could be anything, random numbers, sorted, unsorted, that is not the case of. And if a new element is added to the array, you should update the frequency. Okay, then update the frequency. Okay, so you need to define, like when you traverse the array, or till the time, you can do one thing, you can be like familiar with this, or this is your array. You need to define a data structure, which would, I'm giving you a hint, that you need to define a dictionary. Okay, dictionary. Okay, so dictionary is the data structure you are going to use. So basically, key will be the element of the array, and value will be the frequency. So you need to define in such a way. Okay, so you can think on this problem, because this problem is very necessary for us to think on the backend part. Okay, until time, what we have seen, like images being changed, about changed, and information. Okay, I'll update the information part here. Okay, like when I click on instructions part, I'll move to this, and about. Okay, working fine. Okay, and I've changed the image as well as navbar. So one instruction, important instruction. In order to use a calculator app, you need to change here template slash calculator app and template slash calculator app for calculator app and template slash voting app for the voting app. Okay, in order to run the respective apps. Okay, so till now we are working on voting app, so we have defined template slash voting app. So I'll catch up you in the next tutorial. So like in the previous tutorial, we were working on we were going to make a voting app. So basically I gave a coding problem in the end. So basically in this we are going to solve a coding problem and adding list of programming languages and batches to our front end. So we will check this out. So just let's get started with this. So basically I told you that you can work with the uh, basically I gave you a coding problem in which I told you that you can create in which I told you that you can find the frequency of each element in the array. So let's solve that problem, because I told you that's very necessary to solve the problem, because it will help you to create a backend logic. So basically let's start with this. So basically I have an array. So what you can do, I have elements in it, like let it be random elements, 56, 89, 1, 2, 7, 9, 6, 6, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 9, 9, then 5, 54, then again 56, then again 89. Let it be a wrong array because it will help you to get the logic clear. Then 7, then 1, again 2. Okay, so this is fine. So what I need to define, I need to find the in the key part. I told you that we will be designing a data structure such that the key would be having the element. The key should be element and the value should be frequency of element. So basically what I mean by frequency of element, that in this you need to find the frequency of each element. Okay, so the key should be element and value should be frequency of element present in that array. Okay, so I'll define a dictionary first. So my dictionary, so I can initialize a dictionary with this constructor. You can initialize any data structure, let it be a list, set, str. You can define any data structure like this. So this is very helpful. So this is a dictionary, my dictionary. Okay, then I would traverse the array for element in array. Okay, if element not in my dictionary, okay, dictionary, then you would initialize that frequency of you have found that element and now that is not in dictionary, then you need to initialize the first frequency, that the very first frequency you get that element. Okay, then if element not in my dictionary, then my dictionary, then here the key would be the, I told you as earlier, the key would be element is equal to 1, else now as soon as you keep on getting the element, you need to update the frequency. My dictionary, this would be plus equal to 1. Okay, this is absolutely fine. For element and array, if element not in my dictionary, if you find the first occurrence of that element, you need to initialize the frequency with 1, else my dictionary of element plus is equal to 1. In this I would add a comment. Okay, first occurrence, initialize frequency with 1. Okay, else for every next occurrence update frequency. I hope this is very clear. For every next occurrence update frequency. Okay, so this is good. now what you need to define, then I will define print star array. So this is a very short notation. By print star array, you can print the elements of the array space separated. Okay, and then well, I'll do one thing. I'll do one thing to have a better view. I'll print array dot sort as well. Array dot sort. Okay, good. And print my dictionary. I hope there is no error, so I can run this. Okay, now this is awesome. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me do one thing. I'll check. Let me do one thing. I'll print the array again, but this time I'll do array dot sort. Okay, so what you can do, so I'll press F5. So here you can see, so I have my array here. Okay, and now, oh, sorry for the interruption. Okay, there's some issue. Yeah, now it's fine. Okay, so this was our array. So then when I sorted the array, it looked this. So like here you can see the one has frequency 3. So here you can see the one has frequency 3. Okay, good. Okay, now this is fine. One has frequency 3, then 2 has frequency 3 times. So let me check 2, where is it? 2 has frequency 3. Good. Let me take a very random element. So here it is 9. So let me check the frequency of 9 one time, then second time, third time, fourth time. Okay, I hope 9 is 4 times. Okay, now when I see the sorted list, because I have defined a sorted list in order that you grab easily, 9 9 9 9 9, then 9 is 4 times, so 9 is occurring 4 times. So this is fine. Okay, so this was a very good backend logic. This is the very same backend logic we are going to do when we are working on the backend part. So basically I told you that here you can take any array, okay, and you can define the frequency. Like 5 is occurring 2 times. Yes, 5 is occurring 2. Here 1 is this time 5 and 5. Let me check in sorted array. Yes, 5 is occurring 2 times. Yeah, 5 is 2 times. So this was our data structure we made, to in which the frequency is updated and we store the frequency. So like here we have, this time we have used the array of integer, next time we are using an array of programming languages. Okay, so this would help us to make a backend part for logic. So what we can do, so I have moved to my server. So we are done with the coding problem. I hope you all have got this. So basically I hope you can change any values in the array. Okay, and try this out. Okay, this will basically help you out. Okay, so good. So uh, then again we can see any answer. Then suppose like we can look for 89, which is occurring twice. Yeah, 89, here it is twice occurring twice, and we can see in the original array 89 and 89. So absolutely works fine. So let's get to our server. So I'll do python manage.py run server. Yes. Okay, so I'll move to my voting app. I'll refresh this page. Okay, so what we can do, we can add batches here. So here you can see there are basically different kind of batches. So one is batch primary one. You can use any batches. So let me do this one, batch success. Okay, so I'll move to the about section, index.html. So basically I'll close the okay, index.html earlier was for calculator app. Now this was the voting app. So let me be very clear with this. So we can define, and here what you can do, instead of class display 4 you can paste this and go to our, yeah, here you can see this is working fine. And let me do some editing here. Let me do a text is equal to margin 0 auto. Yes, okay, margin 0 auto display block. Yeah, good. So here you can see the about has been I will try to make it more intuitive. So here you can what I'll do, I'll move to style part and display is equal to block. Okay, and I'll add some font size. font size is equal to 2 rem. I think this should be good enough. Yes, good. Yeah, here I've added about. So here you can see, even in our app you can see about. Okay, in the same way I can use the like something very good, any badge and any color badge. I can use danger. Good. Okay, but what I need to do, I'll define p class is equal to, okay, select your language and see results. So basically I'll display what I can do, I'll quickly copy this instead, and yeah, good. Batch danger. Okay, this just for the instructions I'm doing. This for the instruction parts. So let me go to the page. Yeah, awesome, pretty good. So this is like about instructions. So we are getting giving some more intuitive UI design to our app. So basically, and one thing you can do, one that I have created a list of programming languages. I'll give it a name as any. This is a list till now. So I've declared this list, and I'll next time what you can do, I'll define this as array. Okay, good. So this is a very long list of programming languages, and I'll render them. Okay, so I'll quickly show you how you can render them. My dictionary, and this is array, sorry, array, good, and context is equal to my dictionary, good. Dictionary, yeah, spelling is right. So what I'll do, on the top of the page, just below the body, I'll print this array. Okay, so I'll move to my page, desktop view, Control Shift R. Okay, let me check some. Yeah, here you can see on the top of the page, here you can see the array is there. So next time we will, so just I wanted to show you that we can render this array, and next we would be working on the suggestions, or also how we can provide real-time suggestions. So we will be either we are going to provide on the front end part or on the back end part. So we'll try to what we will figure it out how we can provide suggestions. So I've defined below the instructions, but today I would like to make these instructions very clear. Like, you can download or clone this project by clicking on this button. Then you can run the command pip install -r requirements.txt. Make sure you have installed Python on your machine, and it has to be added to the path. Okay, then if you move to the requirements.txt file, so here you get these requirements. These are very basic requirements. You get it installed on a machine, then you can then what you can do, then you can run the command python manage.py run server. So this is the manage.py file. You need to be in this directory to run the project. Okay, good. Then basically there are two apps in this. So basically, if you want to run the calculator app, you need to open this link, but you need to make a simple change in the settings.py file. I'll define what you need to make a change. Basically, you need to go to the settings.py file, the Django projects, and again Django projects. This is the settings.py file, and there is a templates. So inside the templates, you need to change this line: directories os.path.join base directory template slash voting app if you want to use the voting app, then or calculator app, that is template slash calculator app if you want to use the calculator app. Okay, so this looks good. So yeah, so these are the instructions you need to do. Okay, so calculator app or voting app. Okay, basically you need to change that line according to this, then you can start with the app. Okay, now today in today's tutorial, what we are going to learn, so basically we are going to adding suggestions during the search bar. Okay, in this tutorial we will add list of programming language as suggestions, a list of programming languages, okay, as suggestions to a search bar. We will implement this both statically and dynamically. So in today's tutorial we are going to first do it statically, then we'll also do it dynamically also. So I'll show you the difference why we need to do this. Okay, so this is the views.py file. Make sure you get this line. from Django.http import JSON response or HTTP response. Okay, so let me define a function get query. Define get query, which takes request as a parameter. Request as a parameter. Then queue is equal to request dot get request dot get, yes. Then return HTTP response of queue. So I have left this blank. Okay, so what you need to do, you can move to the urs.py file and define path is equal to get query, then views dot get query, and the name is equal to get query. So basically you will define get query. Okay, good. So now this is our form. Okay, so we have not defined the action. We can define the action. %url get query. So this looks good. So yes, good. So yeah, now this is our form. So basically we need to define suggestions during the search. So we'll define a list. First we'll do it statically. So I'll tell you how this works, what is the function. Then we will implement this dynamically. So I'll tell you the difference of why we should what is the difference of doing it statically and dynamically. So yeah, here you can define a data list. Okay, and you can give id is equal to languages. I hope this is fine. So you can define option value is equal to Python. Okay, uh, okay, you can have a option for the simplicity. I'll have a right now I'll do this way. Option value is equal to Python. Then what we can do, option value is equal to Python. We can do PHP as well. Good, right? Then we can do option value is equal to PHP. Then option value is equal to Perl. Good. Then option value is equal to Perl. Then option value is equal to, let me have a programming. Okay, good. Then I'll do one thing. Option value is equal to C. Good. Then in the same way I'll do C++. Okay. Then you can click on format document. So you can right click on format document to get the HTML page on the right track. Okay, then so this is the option value is equal to C++. And then I'll show you one thing. Let me type one more option as well. JavaScript. Yeah, good. And one more option I'll do, that is Java. Yeah, good. So format document. Yeah, good. So basically this is the data list we have to define, but we need to track this data list to an input. So we'll define input list is equal to languages. Okay, so basically yeah, and we can define class is equal to form control. So this is a Bootstrap class. Okay, and I'll refresh this page. Yeah, good. So this looks good, and we can do what we can do. Let me try this style. The style works on this. Let me do margin bottom is equal to 1 rem. Let me check if the style bottom 1 rem. Good. Yes, the style tags works on the input. Okay, so we have a list here. Let me type J here. So as soon as I type J, I get JavaScript and Java. Then I'll let the caps lock on. Let me have a caps lock. Then yeah, this works fine. JAVA. now S. Okay, as I type JAVAS, JavaScript is there, but Java isn't there. Okay, so actually this data list works in all the ways, like a prefix, suffix, or substring match. So let me type P here. Here I have got Python, PHP, Perl programming, but you must be thinking why I've got a JavaScript. This makes a substring match. Okay, so let me type PR, I get programming, PH, PHP, PY, Python. Okay, because there was a single P in the end, so it makes a substring match. Okay, so to make this clear, what I can do, I'll show you one example. Okay, let me do with C++. Okay, let me do with this with the small c. The small c matches both the C++. Okay, JavaScript as well. Okay, so this looks good. Okay, so if the user want to select, if they don't write anything, they can simply click on this drop down arrow. They'll get all the options here. Okay, so let me give you one example. Option value is equal to Django, Python, yes. Okay, and one option I would give you, machine learning. Okay, so this is using Python as well. So I'll format the document and I'll refresh this page. So I'll type Python. So okay, you can see here the Python is in starting and here it is in the end. So it matches the substring prefix or suffix. So yeah, here you can see the Python, Django Python, machine learning Python. Okay, so I'll click on Python. I'll click submit. Okay, uh, I have not defined a get query, voting app get query. So okay, good. So here you need to define name is equal to languages. Okay, so I'll do Python. Yes, language is equal to Python. Then uh, I'll define languages here. So this should work. Now this should work, I hope. Yes, now it works perfectly fine. So I have returned a HTTP response. So this is the GitHub link of our repository. You can clone or download this project. I have defined below the instructions how you can run the project. I'll quickly give you overview. You can move inside this directory, Django projects. Then what you can do, you can pip install -r requirements.txt, and then you can run the server by python manage.py file run server. Then thing you need to make sure that inside Django projects there is a settings.py file, and you need to take care of this line. I'll show you. Yes, this os.path.join base directory templates / voting app for the voting app, and if you want to run the calculator app, you need to type templates / calculator app. Okay, so this line need to be taken care of, and I've defined these instructions uh, here as well, so you can have a look. Okay, so let's get started with the today's tutorial. So like till the previous tutorial, we made a list of languages, but that was static. But now we are going to make it dynamic. So very first thing we are going to do, move to our views.py file, and here you can see I have made this array global, so that this array can be rendered at any context. So we will also do that. So first what we are trying to do, that we have an array of languages, and index functions renders the array with the name array as well. Okay, so we'll move to our index.html, and there we see that when we move to our index.html, we have an input list is equal to languages and data list id is equal to languages. So that's perfectly fine. So what we are going to do, we are going to use Jinja template. So I'll show you one thing. For each language in array. Okay, Then we would end this for loop, end for, okay. The what we are going to define a option value is equal to each language. Yeah, good. So I told you that we take only a single option tag, okay. Then we'll move to our use.py file, and then here we would return an http response of queue. Good. So let me check. uh, uh, Now we move to our page, then we type Control Shift R, okay. We would move to the index page. Yeah, this is the index page. So yeah, here we can see that we have a list of programming languages. Good. And we take anyone. Let's suppose we take Python, and then we submit it. We get a HTTP response of Python. So that's perfectly fine. So what we can do, the so this works pretty fine. So we can test for any one more language. Let me see. Okay, okay. Let me see. C++. Okay, good. So C++ also works fine. Okay, and let me do one thing. When I type P, I get PHP, Perl, Delphi. We already discussed how this search engine works. So PHP, good. So this even works. Okay. So till now we were trying to get the HTTP response, but now we can do one thing. What we can do, we can make a we can what we can do. We want to store the each count of the vote we do. So what we can do, we can make a global count, then we can render that global count dictionary. That global count is a data structure. Already we discussed that part in the coding question also as well. So I would quickly give an overview how this would work. So let me define global count. This was going to be a dictionary data structure. Okay. So what I'm trying to do, so this works perfectly fine. Okay, one thing I would like to show you before I proceed, that if I press Control U, so here you can see, so that when we used input list is equal to languages, data list ID is equal to languages. So this was the for loop we had used here. For each language in array, option value is equal to each language and for. So here you can see with the help of dynamic template. Basically we used Django template. So what we used, we got a list of option values. So this is perfectly fine. So here you can see that with the help of a single for loop, we were able to generate a much more better way of generating the option values. Okay. So this way we could generate them dynamically. Okay. So what we can do now, we'll move to a views.py file. So global count is equal to dictionary. So if we'll make a if condition, if q in global count, then global count of q is equal to global count of q plus 1. Okay. Else uh, if the q is already in global count, then global count of q is equal to global count of q plus 1, else for the first occurrence. Okay, so we already also discussed this in the coding question, the way we solved it first occurrence. Okay, so this is for the first occurrence. Then global count of q should be initialized with 1. Good. So if it's already there, then we plus increment the value of the vote. Else, we initialize for the first time. We initialize it for 1. Okay. So this is very good. So let me do one thing. I'll move to the index.html, and Here what we can do, we can print this till now. Uh, okay, but we need to do one thing. Okay, what we need to do for q in global count of q is equal to global count of q plus 1, else for the first occurrence global count of q is equal to 1. Okay, so here you knew that we are working for the first occurrence, and if already exists, then increment the value. If already exists, then increment the value. Okay, and this was the first occurrence. Okay, so what we can do, we'll create a my dictionary. So array would be the array, and global count would be the global count. Okay, good. So then return, we're going to render this way in the same way. So I'll quickly, what we are going to do, return render request index.html. So this is the index.html we are going to render, and the context is equal to my dictionary. Okay, and here now we have already rendered this global count. So I hope this should work now fine, pretty fine. So I would refresh this page. So let me do a single vote. So let me choose PHP. So here you can see the dictionary has a one count of PHP. So let me vote for PHP again. So we are going to test this. Yes, the vote count is 2. Okay, let me check any other languages. So Python is there. Yes, Python. Now PHP is 2, Python 1. So let me do another Ruby. Yes, PHP 2, Python 1, Ruby 1. So in the same way, C++. Yes, good, absolutely fine. Then C. Yes, good. So here you can let me do then again PHP. So it should be 3 now. Yeah, now it's absolutely 3. Okay. So this is, but this we are I'll quick quickly give an overview of this. So for the first occurrence, we used to initialize with 1, then we would increment the value. Okay, so this works perfectly fine, but we are noticing that we are only printing the raw dictionary here, but next time we would try to add progress bar with the table. So I would open my project. So till now we had made the search bar with suggestions dynamically, then we used to submit the option value, and then we used to store the results in the global dictionary. So this is the global dictionary we have defined here, and I can have a quick overview of this. So here you can see this is our navbar. So what we can do, I'll define a global dictionary here, global count. Yes, so here it is, global count. So when I run my project, I'll refresh this page, and let me check. Oh, my server isn't running, so I'll start my server. Python manage.py run server. I'll refresh this page. So here you can see my C language has one vote. Then Perl, like PHP, yeah, it has one vote. Then Python, one vote. Okay. In the same way, I'll give SQL one vote. Then I'll give a vote to an SQL another vote. So here it is 2 votes. So in the same way, we can keep on going with the server. So this is Python. I'll submit with the, so here it is 2 votes. So this works absolutely fine. So the next part we are going to do is add tables with progress bar. So basically what we are going to cover in this tutorial, I'll show you here. So we are going to adding a table with progress bar. Now we are going to render the backend data to the front end with a table and a progress bar for every language
we will add a progress bar as a measure of count of vote. So the progress bar is going to show the measure of count of vote. So the key, we'll have a table. So then the key of the dictionary would be the like the name of the language, and the value would be in terms of the progress bar. So let's get started with this. So in the nav bar, the first thing we are going to do is we are going to put a li class is equal to nav item. Okay, and here anchor class is equal to nav link, and what you are going to define result. Okay, and we are going to define href tag reference tag to the with hash result. Okay, so we'll define a result block below. So this is the about tag, and here you can see you can also add a hr tag here, which was missing. Okay, now what we are going to do, this is a row. Okay, so we have to define in the same way, we have to define, and this is a call md6. Okay, so in the same way we have to define this. So what we can do, so we can do in the same way, div class is equal to row, and then div class is equal to call md. This time I would, since it is a table, so I would define call md12. And now what you can do, so we have a div of class call md12, so other things can be same. So I'll copy this and quickly paste it here, and id will be result and name will be result. So and this would be result. Okay, and okay, so what we can type here, we can type here result in terms of progress bar. Okay, so result table. So so let me check, let's first check this if this so here you can see, here we have a result table. So okay, and we'll give it a different color, and this is batch success, so we'll define batch warning. Okay, so yeah, now it absolutely works fine. And we would give a style is equal to we can give style is equal to margin top of 1 rem. So we can give a margin top of 1 rem. So yeah, now this looks perfectly fine. So basically what I wanted to show you, that result table is going to be a big one. So we will add a responsive table. So we would also work on this, or maybe okay, we can do one thing. Let this be of 6 column, and we have to define this in the center. And we can copy this settings so that would work fine. So this would give a margin top rem, and this would align in the center as well. Okay, there is some issue. Okay, uh, style. Okay, this should be in the column. Okay, sorry, this should be in the column. Then I would fit. Now this looks absolutely works fine. So what we are going to do, so first we are going to render the dictionary to the front end part. So I'll show you how you can do this. So this is a dictionary. So what we can do, I would use a for loop for key comma value in global count dot items. So basically I'm referring to both the item, that is key, and the value, and then I would end this for loop by percent sign, and again a percent sign, and now I would end the for loop, and for, okay, a percent sign. Then I can do, I'll do like suppose this is the key, then value, value, and then I would give a break. So here you can see in this way I can print the dictionary. So here you can see this is my key dash value, then key dash value, then key dash value. So here I've got the key value pairs. So we are going to work on this. So I'll give you a first, then these are the tables. These are the tables which work in the Bootstrap. So we have a responsive table. So I'll show you. Uh, Responsive. Yeah. So here it is, responsive tables. So these are the responsive tables. So we have this class, div class is equal table, table responsive. Then this is a table class is equal table. So this gives us a responsive table. So I'll add a table. Let me check one. We will add the simplest one. So this is the simplest table we can have. Okay, so let me check where we have to add this. So this is the result table. Okay, now what we can do, uh, okay, we can define div class is equal to row, then div class is equal to call md12. So I'm defining another grid for the table to keep it responsive. So I've copy paste the table. Now I'll go back to my page, and I'll refresh this. So here you can see I've added the table, and one class I have to add in the responsive table is this one. That is, this should be above the table class is equal to table. So I'll move to the page. So this is the table class is equal to table, and I have to add div class is equal to table responsive, table responsive. Okay, so this one is I have to add, and I have to add this div after the table tag. So I have now I'll what we can do format document. Yeah, this looks absolutely fine. So I would refresh this page. Okay, so here you can see the table is responsive when I press Ctrl Shift I. So here you can see we can scroll the table. So if a table gets big, so we can scroll the table. So here we can see the scroll bar. So let's get started with the tutorial. So we basically first what we are going to do. So first I'll clear this. Okay, so first I'll run my server python manage.py run server. Okay, so basically we were working on progress bar, and we were supposed to add progress bar. So in this tutorial today we are going to add a dynamic progress bar. Like it till the previous tutorial we had added a responsive table. Now we are going to add a progress bar. So in this tutorial we are going to add a dynamic progress bar and see how we generate count of votes using progress bar. So this is what we are going to do in this tutorial. So let's get started with it. So basically, so I'll move to my server, I'll run my server. Okay, so to navigate to the voting app, I'll type /voting app. Okay, so here's our app. So we have a result table. So what we can do, we will make first let's add complete our table, then we will move to the progress bar quickly. So this is the table. Okay, so so we have to add a scope. So basically we have added a table, so we have to add a scope. So we shall do table header.
So basically we are first going to define the table header. So this is the table header we are going to define. Then we are going to define the table body. Okay, so this is this all is the header part, and this all is the body part. Okay, so let's get started. So we have to add a class called in the scope, then we'll make the header. Okay, so make sure this is here you can see there is a single row. So I'll quickly explain this. This is table, then header, then a row. Now we have to define the all the, so this is table header is scope is equal to call, then id, or you can say anything, hash id number. So let it be this. Then again table head scope is equal to call, then language. Okay, language, then what we are going to define, table header scope is equal to call, then count of words. Okay, simply I'll type count here, and so now I'll refresh the page here. So here you can see I have a language, number, language, and count. So I'll press Ctrl Shift I. So here you can see it is responsive in nature. Okay, so I have a number, language, and count. Okay, so this works fine. So what we are going to do, so first now next we are going to do is uh, add data. Okay, so we are going to add data row wise. So particularly what we are going to do, this is the table row. Okay, so first is the table data, this again a table data. So this corresponds to the first number, then language, then this is going to be progress bar. Okay, so for this what you can do, so basically we have to add this all this dynamically. So what I'm going to do, and for, so basically I'm going to add a for loop here. So for loop percent for. Okay, so basically I'll move to my use.py file. So we are rendering a index.html using global count. Okay, so global count here is a dictionary type data structure. So basically what we have to do, for key comma value, this could be any variable name, for key comma value in global count dot items. Okay, so this would iterate in this way that first we are going to have the key, then the value in global count dot items. So this would do. Okay, and now I'll do key, then for this one value. Okay, and for this I'll say for loop dot counter. So this way I'll add for loop dot counter. So I'll refresh the page. Okay, so this works fine. So let me test this. I'll make a language PHP. So here you can see number one, language count 1. Okay, so let me do Java, and I have, okay, I have some issue here. The row is not coming properly. Okay, I had to put all this inside a table row. Okay, so now this should work fine. When I refresh this page, so I hit this URL Java, so the count should become 2. Okay, yeah, now it's perfectly fine. Now I have language PHP count 1, Java count 2. Let me add Python here. Okay, so here you can see even the dictionary is updated here. I'll hit the route again. Python is 3. Here you can see 3, then 4. So here you can see here the Python is 4. So this looks good. So we'll now add the progress bar. So for the progress bar, what we need to do, okay, so we can, like, these are the progress bar. So we can I'll quickly give an overview on the progress bar. So here you can see there's a background, multiple bars, striped bars, animated, so you can use use any. So even here you can see toggle animation. Okay, so here it is moving little bit of moving stripes. Okay, here you can see this is again a class of striped colors in which you have blue, green, warning, danger. So here you can see, like, uh, we added the same classes on the button as well: danger, warning, info, corresponding to the colors. Okay, so let's add a progress bar here. So let's take this one. Okay, so to basically in the part of value we are going to add a progress bar. So I'll split this td table data. Now I'll paste the code here. Yeah, so now basically I'll refresh the page, but right now there is no such dynamic count, so everything is full. So I'll make it dynamic. So what you need to do, so to like so basically here you can see I have a div class is equal to progress. I'll quickly show you one thing. I'll press Ctrl U, so it would show how I rendered the code. So this was where is the table bar? Yes, here it is the table bar. So here the data is being coming dynamically. Table data is one, then language PHP, table data PHP, then progress bar, and like this is the again coming dynamically. So I would show you one thing. If I inspect element, okay, and let me show you another view, laptop. Okay, so here you can see div is equal to style is equal to. Can you see the difference? If I reduce the width 60%, the width has been reduced. Okay, specifically I'm referring to the where my cursor is pointer. So when I reduce to 50, it almost becomes half. Yes, it is half now. Then again, the way I'm reducing the width, the progress also reduces itself. Okay, okay, so this is good. So now what we can do, so basically what I want to tell you, that style should have the value here, value. Okay, and even here you can type value, so this should show the value in numbers at the progress bar. Okay, so let me refresh this page. So here you can see I have one count, two count, six. Okay, so let me add few more in PHP. Okay, so basically now you can see two. Okay, and now I'll repeatedly hit this URL. Okay, so here you can see this has become 3. Okay, now 5, 6, then again, right, then just 7. Yeah, same, in the same way. Okay, the same goes for the Python. I'll make a submission. Yeah, here you can see the Python has 7 now. Okay, so now 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so this looks pretty good. So even next functionality we'll try to add that. If we now you are seeing, like, these are the count of words, and there, if there are so many languages, let me add some another, the C. So C will have one count of word. Okay, then again, let me do Python again, or Java, PHP, C++. Okay, if you want to compare these languages, and if you want to sort them according to the count, like if you want to see among there are 10 languages, and if you want to see top 3, so how we can sort them. So I'll tell you how we can sort them. So basically in today's tutorial, what we are going to learn, we are going to sorting the data by count of words. In this tutorial, we are going to sort the data by values in order to see the data from highest number of words to lowest number of words. Okay, basically we are going to see we are going to sort the data by values in order to see data from highest number of words to lowest number of words. So basically we will implement our algorithm, and we will learn how we can apply this on a Django project. So basically we will before this, we can learn something on this. So suppose we take a random string hello world Python Python programming Python programming. I hope this is fine. Okay, so we would create a data structure dictionary which would store the frequency, okay, frequency of characters. I hope this is fine. So what we can do for ch and s, I hope this is fine. If ch and d, if the character is already in dictionary, then I would do d of ch is equal to d of ch plus 1. So I would increase the frequency, increase frequency, okay, else d of ch is equal to 1, okay, initialize for first occurrence. Okay, we have done this before. Okay, so this was pretty easy. So let me do one thing. Let me create a function defined print data d. So here I will be key, I will is key, and d of I is value. Okay, and I would do for I in d print I comma d of I, and here's the end. Okay, so this is a separate function, and let me here print d. I hope this is fine. Okay, here you can see I made a mistake. Let me do print data here. So I had made a function for this purpose only. Yes, here you can see I have different characters. So I have different characters. Okay, h has a frequency 2, e1, but this data seems to be very unsorted data, so we will sort the data. Okay, so how do we do that? So we will carry on this. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me remove this. I have created variable a. Okay, so a sort by key in ascending order. Okay, so a is equal to sorted d dot items key is equal to lambda. We have to make a comparator function lambda x and x of 0. So here I mean to say that I would sort by key. Okay, and I have to typecast this as dictionary. Okay, sorry for this. I have to typecast this back to dictionary and do print data a. I hope this should work. So yeah, now here you can see that I had sort. This is for a what we get empty space. Okay, so this is in ascending order by keys. Please check, this is by keys. A is a key, D is a key, E is a key, G is a key, H is a key, I is equal to a key, L is equal to key, M, N, O, P, Q, R, and W, Y. All here are keys. It is sorted by keys. Okay, I hope this is fine. Okay, let me do another thing. Let me do sort by key in descending. Okay, so this is going to be very much same. I would comment this out. So what I can do, I can copy this and do this as b and print data b. So any change I have to make here, yes, this is a reverse is equal to true. I hope this is fine. Okay, reverse is equal to true. Now here you can see it has sorted by keys in reverse order by key. Y is a key, W is equal to key, T is equal to R, P, O, N, M, L. All are here keys, but has been sorted in reverse order. Okay. Now we'll do the same. What we can do now? Sort by value. Okay. So we would do the same. Okay, sorry for this. I would do this as C here as C, and here 2 by values. What we can do, I'll remove this. So here 1 means x of 1 means I'll sort by values here. Okay, so let me do run this. Okay, I'll comment this out also. So here you can see that now I have sorted by values 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 3 3 4. This is by values. Okay, this is by values in ascending order. Now the very much same thing in descending order. This was in ascending. Okay, and this is now D. I would copy this, and in the very much same thing reverse is equal to true, and I'll do print data D. Now here you can see that yes, sorted by values in reverse order. So this is the what same thing we are going to implement on Django service, Django server. Okay, so what we can do, we'll move to our page. Okay, this is a result table, and what we can do, href, okay, class is equal to button primary, any button you can choose, sort data. Okay, we are going to sort data. Okay, so sort data. Okay, let me say descending, sort data in descending order. Okay, now we'll define a URL, path sort data. I'll implement a function views dot sort data, and name is equal to sort data. Okay, so I hope this is fine. And I'll have to define a URL here, %URL sort data. I hope this is fine, and then again a %URL and it close the bracket. Okay, so I hope this is fine, and let me check it on my server. But this won't work right now. At least this is throwing an error. Def sort data request is a parameter, and return pass. Okay, let me check it till now is it working or not. Okay, so I hope this should work now. Okay, return. Okay, I made a mistake, sorry. This should be pass. Okay, so now what I can do, okay, I'll move to the link local host :8000. Okay, and now to the voting app /voting app. Okay, so here you can see sort data in descending order. I hope this is fine. So what you can do, so we are going to implement this very much same logic. Okay, to the rendering part, this should be same, I guess. Okay, this should be same, so I will copy the code. Okay, I hope this is fine, and global count is equal to global count. I hope this is fine now. Okay, but we need to implement the so access the global count, since don't confuse yourself. I'm defining keyword global, so this is a keyword global count, so I'm accessing a variable that is global. Okay, so global count. So what I will do, I'll do global count is equal to dictionary, then again sorted. Okay, global count dot items. Okay, and then we are going to sort by value. Key is equal to lambda x of 1, then reverse is equal to true. I hope this is fine. Okay, we will test now. We will test this application. This is Python. I'll submit here. So Python has 1 mode, 2, 3, 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, 11 12. Okay, here you can see the Python is 11 words. Let me do C. Okay, okay, till now what we have not clicked on this button. Okay, C is 3 4 5 6. Okay, some Java. Let me submit here. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, Java has 10 words, so we might soon JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript has 9 words. Okay, now I'll click sort data in descending orders. Okay, now you can see the magic. The data has been sorted in descending order 12 10 9 7. Okay, so because we were able to implement the logic on the server side and get it rendered on the front end part, so data uh, has been sorted by values. Okay, so so you can try out more in such a way. Okay, we can do anything. Suppose I'll do Java here. Okay, okay, Java has 11 words. Okay, let me introduce a new language, SQL. Okay, SQL has one word. Now SQL has 4 5 6 12. Okay, 15 17. Now SQL has more words than Python, so I'll do sort data in descending order. Again, you can see the SQL is now on top since it has 17 words. So you can implement your logics on your server side and get it them on front end. So that's a good part of the application. So in the next tutorial, what we are going to do, you can try out any of the applications. So let me do another check. Python here has 13, so 14 15 16 17 18 19 20. So Python has 23 words, so I'll do sort data in descending order again. So Python is back on top. So in this I've created the new link of my repository, that is Django TodoApp. So now on we are going to make app which we will work on the database. The most probably the database we are going to work is SQLite. So today we will start with the TodoApp, how we can save our data in the SQLite database, and how we can manipulate the data. So basically we have many operations to perform, like SQLite database TodoApp, create, read, update, delete operations, and moreover we can do search plus sort. We can sort the data as well. So we'll perform a regex search and even sort the data. So in this tutorial we are going to start with the SQLite database and a TodoApp. So so let's get started with this tutorial. So I again welcome you all to programming knowledge. So let's get started. So please make sure that this is the new GitHub link or repository, so you get updated with the repository as well. Okay, so this is my link. So I've already created a app. Okay, because this is we have already learned all this, how to create a form. So basically it has a to do title, to do description, and a to do priority. Then I have an add button here. Before we add this, we make a request to save the data. We have to define a schema to how we want to add our database. Okay, so actually there is a file called models.py file in so what you need to do, so this is a models.py file. So initially I created a class to do, so it has models.model. So basically I need to define the schema. Okay, so basically like if in the front end of my part I have a title, description, and a priority, so I would define the same at the backend part, so I can save my data on the backend part as well. Okay, so let's get started with it. So first you need to add create title is equal to models dot char field. Okay, so and I'll give max length is equal to 255. Okay, then description is equal to models dot text field, because this is a text field, and I would give there's no necessary to give a text field because it can have many characters as well. So then the next would be title, description, then priority is equal to models dot integer field, because this is going to be an integer which priority you want to give, and then created add. Okay, this is equal to models dot date time field. So this would keep the date time field. This would keep the track record of whichever date you want. And I want you to add one parameter, auto underscore add underscore now is equal to true. Okay, so you can do this. So my server gets restarted. Okay, there's a auto maybe auto now underscore add. Okay, let me have a restart. Models created, models dot date time field. Now auto, now let me check. Okay, got an unexpected keyword argument auto underscore add underscore now. Did my server restart after this? Let me check. Okay, yeah, now it's working fine. Okay, so it's good. So auto underscore now underscore add is equal to true. Okay, so what we can do, so we have created the database, and now like we have created a database schema. So what we can do, we can proceed with the form. Okay, so we'll move to the front end part, index.html. So I'll define a form action here quickly. Form action, or maybe a URL first. Oh, let me check. Views dot. Okay, this is a submit. Okay, so what we can do. So okay, this is url.py file to TodoApp. Okay, yeah. So here I'm making a request. This is the index page. Then I'll submit the data. Then in my views.py file, okay, I'll create an object. So make sure you import this line. Okay, from dot models import star. Okay, so this would import all the database model. Okay, okay, let me do one thing. Okay, before you create a model, then you need to migrate as well. So you need to type python manage.py make migrations. Okay, so python manage.py, so it says create model to do. So I hope you can see the model has been created. Okay, now I would do python, this was the earlier command I did, python manage.py make migrations. Now I would do python manage.py migrate. So this would migrate my data. So here you can see this has been migrated. So even I have my SQLite Studio on. So I'll refresh this data uh, tables. So here you can see the tables has been created. So I'll quickly give you an overview. So here you can see this one. So this one has a TodoApp underscore todo, which has 5 columns. Okay, so which is ID, title, description, priority, and created at. So this was the schema which I was telling you. So and these are the default Django schemas, which I'll also explain in the other videos. So ID, title. So for each object you have ID, then a title, then a description, then a priority, then created at. Okay, so what you can do, you can move to TodoApp. Then what you can do now, these are the following options. So edit table, delete table. Okay, remove the database, edit the database, add a database, and you can look at the following options. So next thing you need to do, so we'll move to the form. Okay, now we'll move to the form and then submit the form quickly and save the data like our to do item into our database. Okay, so let's get done with this. So first you need to do object is equal to do, because I had created, then object dot title, it is equal to request dot get. I hope this is fine. Title. Okay, and object dot description is equal to request dot get description. Okay, then object dot priority. Okay, I'll show you one thing, that in my index.html this priority is an input type is equal to number. Okay, that's why I defined an integer field corresponding to that. Okay, object dot priority is equal to request dot get priority. Okay, fine. Then the date will be automatically added to it corresponding to the time, and the even also the ID will be correspondingly added. And I'll do object dot save. Okay, fine. Then I would return the same thing, object dot save return request index.html, or okay, then now I must restart my server, python manage.py run server. Okay, and in my index.html file I'll make an action percent URL submit. Okay, now I'll make a percentage send. Okay, so I hope this is working fine. Okay, let me do one thing. What we can do. Okay, now I should make a request. Test test data. Let this be a priority number 1. Okay, so I have made a request. So okay, reverse is equal to. Okay, let me check. There is some issue. Uh, Person URL. Okay, it says that this URL is not matched. Okay, let me check. Okay, by mistake I had to do this submit. Okay, so I hope now it's fine. So I'll make the request again. Test data. I'll make test data. Okay, and then priority is equal to 1. Okay, I hope this is fine. So I made a request and then the page got loaded again. So let me check if it's in my data or not. So I'll refresh the data. Okay, so let me check. So here you can see. So yeah, now here you can see when you double click on here, then I have the structure, then the data. So this was the data has been added. 1 ID is 1, title is test, description is test data, priority is 1, created at this time. Okay, I hope this is fine. So you can okay, now I'll make another request to make sure this is absolutely okay. So I'll make test data to testing application, and I'll give priority to it as like suppose 100, 1013 110. I'll give 110 something. You can give anything. Okay, 112 something, anything, and I'll add. So here you can see that the API has been hit now, and I'll check my database. So what I'll do, I'll refresh this. Okay, and okay, let me double click it. TodoApp. Okay, here okay, so here is the refresh button. Okay, now it works fine. Okay, so here is the you can get familiar with the SQL Sudo. Even so here you can see, here is the refresh button, also refresh selected database schema, and this is the refresh table data. So when I click refresh table data, so here you can see the second test data 2 testing application with priority 112 has been added to the database. So basically in this today's tutorial we are going to implement the list and delete operation. Okay, list and delete operation on the TodoApp. Okay, so basically till the previous video we had made a small app. So I'll give you a small overview. So my server is running. Okay, so I'll give you a small overview. So where I told you, so like where I told you, like we can add a data. So I'll make test new. Okay, I'll do to do title. uh, uh, let's new, let me add something, new title, new description, and to do priority is 5. Okay, so I'll add this to this, and when I move to my database, so I'll move to the to do app underscore to do. So and here I can see new title, new description, priority, and created has been added with the ID 4. Basically and the ones which I added in last video, so I had deleted them just to try out something new on this. So let's get started with this today's tutorial. So today we'll implement a delete operation. Okay, so before this we'll make a list page. So I'll list all to dos here, list all to dos. Okay, so you can give any title you want, list to all to dos. Okay, So basically what you can do, so we'll use Bootstrap here. So we'll move to this URL. This will give us the components here. So here you can see. So we'll quickly move to the URL, and we can do what we can use. Either we can use card. Okay, we can use card here. Okay, so this looks good. So I'll copy this. Okay, but before that, what we need to do? Okay, we use, this was our form which worked fine. So we'll move to the views.py file. Okay, till here it's fine. So I'll do a dictionary, my dictionary. I'll create a my dictionary, and for all to dos. Okay, I'll render them to the page to do dot objects dot all. So I hope this is fine. So to do dot object dot all, and I'll do list dot html, and I'll give context is equal to my dictionary. I hope this is fine. Okay, so let me add a new to do and check uh, new data, new, and I'll give a priority as 6, and I'll submit this. So yes, but okay, let me check one thing. Okay, I made a mistake. Okay, I had in this my index.html, I had to put this all under the block content. Okay, and here's the form, and I'll end this with %end block. This is fine. I hope this is fine. %end block will do. Okay, now and here what can I do? In this page list.html, which name I had made, that is all to dos. So I'll do like this, all to dos. Okay, so I hope this should work fine now. The to do title is new title 3 new. Okay, let me give it as 7. Okay, so here you can see I have it is showing me query set which says to do object 4 5 6, and let me check in my data which are this 4 5 6. So these are the 3 which I had recently added. These are the 3. Okay, so we would use a list or card. So what we can do, we can use a for loop here, % for each to do, or to do for each to do in all to dos. Okay, I hope this is fine. Okay, all to dos, this is %end for. Okay, so this is fine. This is card title, so I'll give each to do dot title, and in the same way I'll give each to do dot description. Okay, each to do dot description. So this would give me the description. Okay, and one thing I can do also, let me check. Okay, what I can do, I'll give a space here and type each to do dot priority. I hope this is fine. This would give the priority, and we'll come to this reference tag. We'll create a delete operation here. So I'll refresh this page. So here you can see new title, new description, new data 6, data new title 37, new title 37. Okay, So maybe I refreshed this page, so I hit this query twice, so that's why I have twice this data. Okay, because I had refreshed this page, so this had made another operation, add operation here. Okay, so we'll now do something. Width is this. Okay, margin, I'll give a margin top of 1 rem. Okay, and div class is equal to row. Okay, div class is equal to call md6. So I hope this is fine. Now I'll paste the card here. So here you can see, here I'll paste the card now, and here you can see. Okay, uh, let me do this. Okay, yeah, and I'll give a style is equal to margin. I'll give a margin here, margin 0 auto. Okay, so I'll again refresh this page. So yeah, now it looks fine. Okay, but let me check something. So so this is a call md6. Yeah, so here what you can do, if you want to increase the width, you can give anything you want. Maybe what you can do, I'll give class equal to card and container fluid. So this would take the whole width of the container. Okay, so I hope this is fine now. Okay, so and now we have to create a delete operation. So so like till now, let me do one thing. So I'll add a new title, delete operation. Okay, delete task, something like this. Priority I'll give it as 78. When I add this, I get this at the end. Okay, so one thing we are missing here, that is the we had made models.py, we had created add operation, so we'll even add this also. So I'll copy this, and now I'll do each to do created add. Okay, so so I'll refresh this page. Now here you can see I have all the created options with the timings. Okay, so today we are going to continue with the delete operation. So basically we'll continue delete, search and sort operation on the TodoApp, and even in the end we'll do the update operation. Okay, so basically we will also perform the update operation as well. So okay, in this tutorial we are going to implement and continue with delete operation and look for the other useful query set features. But that is going to be so that's going to be very interesting how we perform the delete operation. So basically first we'll move to urls.py file and need a delete route with id as a parameter. Okay, when we are done with this, so we'll call views.delete and name is equal to delete. Okay, I hope this is fine. Okay, uh, so what we need to do, we'll move to our views.py file. Okay, it is throwing me an error because since I have not defined delete function in my views.py file. So what we'll move to views.py file and define the delete function. Define delete. Okay, what parameter is going to take? It is going to take a request parameter, request, and basically uh, this part is going to be same. Okay, so this is going to be very much same part. I'll quickly copy this. So only one thing we are going to do, since we were going to get an ID. Okay, so object is equal to todo dot objects dot get. So with this ID, basically this I'll open my table. So basically match this ID, okay, with ID sorry for this, with the ID you get. Okay, basically I'm trying to tell that match the ID here in the table with the ID you get by the URL. Okay, by the route. So basically you get the get this object, then simply form object dot delete. Okay, so I hope this is fine. So this should work. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, okay, let me check. Yes. Okay, so let's do one thing. uh, we'll move to our server. Okay, and what we need to do, okay, you can copy this. Okay, we can copy this, and so this is our local server. So basically what we are going to do, we'll move to the delete. Okay, and let me check if they're already, let me delete this one with the ID 4. So I'll move to my page and do delete 4. So maybe the fourth one should have been deleted. So let me check. So here is my database. So I'll refresh the table data. So here you can see the object with the ID 4 has been deleted. So let me check one thing. Let's take this one, new title delete operation 78. Okay, so what ID does it have? So let me okay, new title delete operation, so 10 and 11. So I'll delete both of them. So how can I delete? Delete one with the ID 10. Okay, done. And delete one with the ID 11 as well. So that was pretty quick. So let me move to my table and refresh this page. So here you can see that the 10 and 11 has been deleted, but you want this operation to be performed by a button, not by a direct URL. So what you can do, so you can move to the index.html. Okay, uh, and what we can you can do, uh, since sorry we'll move to the list.html, since we all have all the buttons there. So uh, let me do this button danger. Okay, and we have to define this as delete. Okay, and then object. So basically we are going to define this as delete slash each to do dot id. Okay, so and I'll do this as delete. Okay, so this should work fine. Let me refresh this page. uh okay, I should not have refreshed this page. Okay, let me open this list all to dos. Okay, there's some issue. Let me check. URL 0 to do app. Okay, so let me add a to do, new to do. I quickly even do this also. Or maybe I have not defined. I'll move to my index.html page, and inside here, okay, I have not defined. Let me do one thing. So I'll define a path list. Okay, now views dot list. Okay, and name is equal to list. So this would list all my pages. Okay, now I'll define my inside my views.py file. I'll quickly do this. Define list, and it will take requests as a parameter and do this thing. Okay, and inside index.html I'll do percent URL list. Okay, so this would list all to dos. Okay, let me click this.
Okay, so here you can see I have got all the to-dos. So let me do this. Each to-do dot id. Okay, I made a mistake, little mistake. This should have been actually this should have been a value. So I hope this is fine now. This should have been a value. I forgot to put curly braces, since this should have been an value. Okay, so this would work fine. So let me move to my okay, I'll show you one example. I'll add a new to do added now. Okay, delete this. Okay, and I'll give this a priority as 500. Okay, so when what happens, so let me check. So I have added a to do added now, delete this. So when I click on delete, so here you can see delete 12 has been hit. So and it has been deleted now. Okay, so this works fine. Okay, so this works absolutely fine. When you can delete this, I can delete this one, delete this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and I empty my to-do list. Okay, so even list to-dos, now I can add one. Okay, so you can move to the index page here. I'll quickly add the index URL as well on the add button as well, so you can add any. So to do added now, new. Okay, delete test and give this priority as anything, and you will be able to delete this. So I hope this works fine. So basically in today's tutorial we are going to we have implemented the create operation, read operation, delete operation. We are left with the update operation, but before the update operation I want you to have a bit familiar with this query set features on Django. So basically they have this query set features are very useful to implement the backend functionality. Like suppose I can show you that this is the all feature we use. So it returns all the objects of that database class which we have defined, which we also say as model, database model. So it returns all the objects of the that particular class or model. And in the same way we have also have particular things like filter, values, date, times, all, union, intersection. One of them I would like to show you is order by. So here you can see order. Yeah, here you can see the query set is ordered. So it has an order by clause. Like it will give you the order. If you want to sort the data by a particular value, you can use order by. So that's pretty helpful. So you can use order by. So like what I can show you one thing. One is order by and another is contains contains this one. Yeah, so this one is used to search. This is particularly for searching the data. So what kind of data you want. So this one is contains. So like if you want to like this query is particularly get headline where it contains this keyword. So basically this is equal to this SQL equivalent query select where headline like this. So basically you can perform the search operation by contains. So we are left with the update operation. We'll quickly complete that also, but before that we'll try to implement our sorting the data and searching the data by order by feature and contains by feature. So this is the GitHub link, and here I have defined below the I will open a project. So basically this is search by title, but it's right now it's not functional. We'll implement that. So we can add a new to do, we can do order by feature to be done. So this is the title. Okay, so I'll quickly copy this and give this a priority of 1000. So here you can see that particularly I have all the basically I have this is the one I have added, order by feature, and this is like coming, and it has a basic functionality of delete operation as well. So it has been deleted with the ID 19. Okay, so it must have been deleted. So quickly I'll add another order by feature to be done. Yeah, and I'll add this and I'll give this as number 500. Okay,
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, but one thing you can see is that we have made a like it is a we have made an query so here you can see we have made a route where we have where it's working like an API somewhere. So let me do this 500 as 6,000, and let me when I submit this, so I will find one with the 6,000 as well. Okay, and this one is 500. So now I want to like we have the priority numbers. So these are our priority numbers. This one is 500, 589, 800, 500, 6,000, and we want to be order the data according to the priority numbers. So we can use order by feature. So that's going to be pretty fine. So what you need to do, you need to define in urls.py file of TodoApp. So what you can do, you move to the path. Okay, okay, sorry for this, I need my caps locks to be off. I'll define path sort by priority or something, or let me do sort data. This would be fine. Yeah, so sort by data, sort data. Now I'll call a views function, views.sort data, views.sort data, and name is equal to sort data. Okay, sort data. Yeah, I hope this is fine. So I'll move to my views.py file, define sort data, which will take a request as a parameter. Okay, and so basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to return render request, then list.html. Okay, and context is equal to, context should be my dictionary. Okay, and now I'll define my dictionary. Okay, so here you can see that when I define my dictionary, so here you can see that I would define all to dos, all to dos. Okay, and now what I would be doing, I would be saying to do dot objects dot all dot order underscore by, and let me do this by I'll move to my models.py file. So here you can see that I have list of parameter. One is title, description, priority, or created at. So let me first do it by created at. Okay, created underscore at. Okay, so I hope this is fine. Now uh, this is my URL. Okay, and now I'll move to my index.html. So basically uh, so to do description, no, I have, yeah, so I have made a page. Let me do this as sort by sort data. Okay, sort data, and the URL would be percent URL link. So I'll define the URL, then give a percent sign, then again, and I would define this as sort data. Okay, so I hope this is fine. I have done sort data. So let me go to my app, and let me click on add, and let me click on sort data. So object has no function order by. Okay, let me see something. I've made an error. Let me move to my views.py file. Okay, I made a braces here. So now I think this is fine. Okay, so let me refresh this page. Yeah, now you can see that I have been ordered the data by date, and that too in ascending order. So that is in increasing order. Okay, so first 7th May, 7th May, 7th May, then comes the your 10th May. Okay, now if I want to change this feature, simply I'll move to view.py file, and I'll put a negative sign here, and this would be in decreasing order. So now when I refresh this page, here you can see 10th May, 10th May, 10th May, 10th May is there, then 7th May, 7th May, 7th May. In the same way, you can do with the priority number as well. Okay, so here you can see I'll do priority number. So for that you need to move to your models.py file. You should be very familiar with this very same keyword. Now I'll give a priority here. Okay, and now when I refresh my page, my all the priorities would be increasing. That is 89, 500, 500, 500, 800, 6000, and this to a large number. Now when I put a negative sign here, now I can see that now this would be in a decreasing order. Okay, so I hope this is you are pretty much fine with this, that now this is in decreasing order. Now it's helpful to you. Okay, so like in this way you can create such operations, and like in the next tutorial. So basically I have made this by sort by priority now, so you can change this to sort by priority. Okay, so I hope this is fine. Now even list all to dos, you can list any of them, and then click on sort by priority. You return a number within priority. Okay, so and this is your delete operation, which works absolutely fine. You can delete any. Okay, so I have deleted this one. So basically in the today's tutorial we're going to continue with the TodoApp. So basically we'll perform a search query based on title. So title of this video is search data. So basically what data we have in the all to do app. So basically I'll show my app. So we have add list all to do, and this is sort by priority. So basically in list all to do section we have all the to dos. So basically I can add few more as well. So let me do some I added on let me do Django. So I have it on Django, then Django priority I'll give it to number 1, topmost priority. So here you can see I have on Django, then or I'll do another one, add another one, Python, and I'll add on Python, again Python. I'll add priority again to number 2. Okay, or maybe 1 also. So here I have added Python also. So basically if you want to search our to-dos, so we can form a search query. So for that I'll refer to the query set. So the one I told you which is going to be very important for this is going to be contains. So I'll move to that. Contains contains. I'll move to contains. Okay, sorry for this. Contains. Yeah, okay, I am having some issue. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, so basically we have contains. So yeah, here you can see this one. Yes, so objects dot filter, and this is this contains me this keyword is being looked in this headline. Okay, so for if even we'll design the same thing for the title one. So let's get started with this. So what we can do, we'll move to urls.py file, and then we'll define a path, then search data, then I'll define views dot search data. Okay, and name is equal to search data. So basically I'll define search data. Now what I can do, so I'll define in my views, define search data, and it will take a request as a parameter, and we'll do what I'll try to then we'll perform the operation. So till time I can do the pass. So basically if you want to do fetch the query, then I'll move to my index.html page. So this is search by title. Okay, so I'll give it to person URL. Okay, search data. Okay, so this would perform my query to that, and then this is the form. So here you can see, this I want to show you one thing. Okay, let me do right click, inspect. So basically what I'm trying to show here, that this thing is a form. Okay, and this whole thing you can see, yeah. So yeah, so here you can see yeah, this is a form which is being highlighted now. This to do title, to do description, to do priority, this is a form in itself. So for that form to submit, this we refer to the add button. And for this form, it has no button, so we will create a button for this form. Okay, so search by title is a form in itself, plus this is in a form itself. Okay, so for that, what we can do, we'll move to that search by title, search data, and we'll create a button type is equal to submit, name is equal to for that we do button type is equal to submit, and we'll do submit or search. So let me do search query. Okay, search by search. Okay, and now for that we can do uh, class is equal to button primary. Okay, for that we'll, and style, I'll define a style is equal to display block and margin 0 auto. Okay, so this would define a button to the center. Okay, let me do one rem, so it would also give a top margin here. So when I refresh this page, here you can see I have a search button. Fine. Now when I move here, so to search to initially see if it's working fine, I'll define a queue. It equals to request dot get query, and I'll define a HTTP responsive queue. So let me move to my page. I'll refresh this and I'll type cricket. Okay, I'll type cr. So yes, it gives me a HTTP response of cr, so it works fine. Okay, now we would render the these to-do objects on our front end. So basically, we can do what we can do. I want to show you one thing also. We have contains. So basically this is equivalent to even last time I showed you contains this one. Okay, yeah, I wanted to show you this thing. So case sensitive containment, this is contains. So basically there is a slight difference between this contains and I contains. So basically here I stands for insensitive, so this is case sensitive and this one is case insensitive. So this one I wanted to show you, and this is equivalent to this SQL query where headline is percent this keyword. So okay, so basically this is a small difference I wanted to show you between the contains and insensitive contains. So basically there is a difference of this keyword I. So we can move to our application now. So what we can do, so I'll define my dictionary. I'll define a dictionary, then I will return render. Okay, then request, then list.html. Okay, if you want to show the result in the list itself, so basically we are referring to the same template again and again. Then context is equal to my dictionary. This is pretty much same as above, but here a difference will be, so what we have all to do's. Okay, for that we have to do dot objects dot filter. Okay, then what we are going to do, filter, and now we are going to define title. So basically we'll move to models.py file. So this is the title word we are going to use. Title double underscore, we'll define double underscore contains is equal to q. Okay, so I hope this should work fine. So this is, we are referring to title to have this. Okay, so let me do one thing. I'll make a search query. So if I type cr, then we have cricket. Okay, so it matched my query. So let me do one list all to do. So cricket 89. So I'll define a cricket. So see this cricket, cricket and then 90. So this is a different form working. Okay, absolutely fine. So this is cricket 90. Then I'll define another one, cricket, then 91. So when I should type CR, so it should return all the crickets with 89, 90 and 91. Then even I do sort by priority. Okay, okay. Sorry for this. Okay, we'll work on this, but till now we can. This is the. Okay, I'll clear this. So basically, this was sort data, so it referred to all to dos. It has no filter yet. Okay, but when we did search data, so I'll do this again. Uh, I'll define cricket. And now I have 89, 90 and 91. Okay. So we will next time we'll try for the update operation. So okay, we'll check another one. Then let me type BA. So basketball would be, so this is basketball. Okay, and this is BA refers to here as well. So it is referring to the BA in the basketball and football. Okay, BA. So we will define. Let me do another. Okay, you can type the query here as well. FOO football. So this would return me football only. And let me type OR. So this would match this regex server order by. So this works absolutely fine. So we can do for another as well. Let me do DJ. So it would return me Django, and PY. This would return me Python. It's absolutely working fine. So in this video we are going to implement the update operation. So let's get started with this. So basically I have my TodoApp. So we click on list all to dos. So we have all to dos list. So basically we want to have a update operation here or a edit operation. So for that what we can do, we can move to our list.html and copy this and click here, edit, and change this button to button warning, and at here we can have the edit operation. So for that I'll refresh this page, so I'll have the edit operation. Okay, fine. For this edit operation to have happen, we have to have a url.py. So basically, like for the delete one, we'll have for that for edit. So basically I'll tell you the difference between the edit and update. So basically right now we are implementing the edit operation. So views.edit and name is equal to edit. I hope this is fine. So and in views, then we'll move to views.py file. So here we mentioned views.edit, so we'll implement edit operation here. So for that we'll define edit. I'll give request and id. Okay, so and what we'll do, so I'll copy this line. So basically we are going to render a new HTML file known as edit.html. But before that we need to find the object which we are going to do. So object is equal to do. So basically like in the delete operation we did this, we got the object which we have to delete. So in the same way we are going to find the object which we have to edit. So then my dictionary is equal to this, which would give title is equal to object.title, then description is equal to object dot description, then priority is equal to object dot priority. Okay, so then if we want to, so basically the object we want to edit will get the object, then these are the properties or attributes referring to the that object, and then we'll pass to edit.html. Okay, I'll tell you why we'll pass to edit.html. Before that we'll move to index.html. So this form was for the submit part. So we will copy this form. Okay, Then I'll copy this form. I've created a new file, edit.html. Okay, I'll not directly copy this. I'll do one thing. First, I'll copy the extend template. So this would get me the extend template. Then I would remove this. Okay, then I will do edit to do. Okay, edit data, whatever you want. Then now I'll move to index.html. I'll copy this form. Okay, then I'll copy this form and paste it here. Okay, so I have this. So I'll complete two divs. So this would, yeah. Now I'll show you one thing. When I refresh this page, I'll click on edit. So I'll move to this form. But still now this form is empty. Okay, first I'll change this add button to update. Okay, first thing I'll do this. Second thing I'll do this. I'll change this URL submit to URL update. Okay, I'll let it be submit now. I'll tell you one thing. So I have a title here, so I'll give a value is equal to title, which we had rendered using the dictionary. So this would, I'll refresh this page, so I have basketball here. Okay, so perfectly fine. In the same way, I'll have the description, and in the same way I'll have the priority as well. Priority as well. So perfectly fine, it would work. So I'll have a priority as well. Okay, so now what we are going to do, so we have this. So basically we'll want to update this. So we can update this very easily. So what we can do, we'll move to urls.py file and define an update operation. Update, and I'll take an integer ID here again. Then again, so I was telling you there's a difference between an edit and update. So now we'll update this. Update and name is equal to update. Okay, so what we'll do, uh, so we will move to views.py file, define update, request ID. So this is particularly same, this would be very much same as the submit operation. Okay, but there would be a minute change, I'll tell you. So first we are not going to create a new object, we are going to update the object with the given ID. So this is fine. Second, we'll need to create a import date time. Okay, and updated add underscore is equal to date time dot now. Okay, and then object dot created add is equal to updated add. So this would work fine. So this was telling you that we need to first find the object we are going to update, then title is equal to title, description, priority, then date time we'll create a new date that is updated at, and we'll assign it to the created at, then we'll save it, and then we're going to return the list.html. And one thing we're going to change here is that we are going to change this to update, that is ID. But still, one thing I'm missing, that I have not rendered the ID from views.py file, so I will do this. Now this should work fine. This is ID object.id. Okay, and in my edit.html this should be with curly braces. So this should work fine. So let me create a new to do now. Okay, give me a priority number of 500. I'll submit here. So it has been created. Now I'll click on edit. So new to do now is new to do now. Now again. Okay, new again. So okay, we check, let me check. This is, yeah, new to do now. So yeah, so now what we are going to do, let me edit this, and I'll type new to do now again, then again. Okay, and I'll give priority number of 505. So it throws me an error. Okay, page not found. Okay, let me check to in my urls.py file. Okay, this was having an issue. Yeah, so yeah, I got I had made a, so here you can see this has been changed. Okay, new to do now again, 505 had been changed. So basically in the same way, let me edit anyone. This is cricket 89, so I'll click on edit. So this is cricket. Okay, I'll change it to football again, new, something like that. So cricket new, and I'll give a priority number of 899. So let me check. So yeah, here you can see this has been updated. Football again new, 899, cricket new, and the time had been updated accordingly. So this works perfectly fine. So we are almost done with the Todo app. So we'll catch up in the next tutorial. So what we can implement next. So basically we are done with the all operations. So basically okay, one thing I noticed here, something, let me check. Yeah, this is basketball new 502. So I had only one word. Edit.html, title, description. Okay. Even I'll try to check up in this tutorial. Next tutorial, there's just some minute. So basically, I'll try to update this football. Uh, now, okay. Now, I'll give a priority number of a very huge number. So this has been successfully updated. It works perfectly fine. So I'll delete this again. So even the delete operation also works fine. So delete works fine. We can carry, and we'll do to search, then uh, football. No, not yet. Maybe we are not matching with. Oh, yeah, we don't have anyone. So let me type DJ. Yeah. So it works all perfectly fine. So almost all operations work perfectly fine. So basically in today's tutorial we are going to connect the Django with MongoDB, and I will illustrate all the process how you can create a MongoDB database and how you can connect that MongoDB database with your Django application. So let's get started with today's tutorial. The first thing we need to do, we can open our code editor, and then we need to type the command pip install Django. So this would install the Django on our local machine, and with this command we can create a Django project as well as a Django app on our machine. Then I would like to tell you that till the time this is being installed on my machine, what you can do, yeah, here you can see that it is installing Django on my machine, and you can install Django with the simple command pip install Django. And then we have a MongoDB. Plus I will show you how we can go. Here you can refer to this website. First, this is the website for Django. I have already told you how you can install Django. Then this is the website. From here you can install the MongoDB Community Edition, and this works as a interface with you with the MongoDB database as a user interface, uh, very similar to PHP uh, which is used for SQL. Then this is the package we are going to use. This package has a very similar name, Djongo. The word Djongo is derived from this is used to connect Django with MongoDB. So Django is the package we are going to use. So let's get back to our code editor. So first, what you can do, you can connect to the local host server using this MongoDB Compass Community Edition, and you can click on the connect button. Then this would connect to the local host. Now here you can see that it has been connected to the local host. Now what you can do, you can create your own database. So let's click on here. So first, let's continue with the installation part. So after installing Django, you can install pip install Djongo. So this is the command we are going to use to connect with the package. This is the package we are going to use to connect Django with the MongoDB database. So it's very easy. So till the time it's being installed, yeah, it's a very easy process. And next, what we can do, then we can create a Django project, and then we would I will show you how you can make a migration in your app, then how we and you can see the changes reflected in the MongoDB database. So let's what we can do uh, next, what I have. So then we have to make some changes in your settings.py file. I'll also come to that. Then you can see the changes on the MongoDB compass. So that's very easy. So let's create our Django project. So I'll type Django admin start project, a demo project. So I'll create a project. Then what you can do, you can open a folder, and I've created this project on my desktop. So here I can open it. So now the project is open in my VS Code. So next thing you can do, I'll navigate you to the settings.py file. So you can press Control.P and type settings.py file. So this would simply direct you to the settings.py file, and here you can see that there is a section for databases. So we would be doing this, and I will open my terminal as well. So we would be connecting this. So what we can do, first, since we have installed Django, now what we can do, first we'll create a database. I will show you, like, from here you can disconnect and connect. So I'll show you again. Here you first you disconnect, then you can click on connect. So this would connect you to the localhost database, and now click on create database and type demo database, and you can give a collection name, a demo collection. So I would click on create database. So here you can just copy, you can keep this as a referral, demo database. So and demo collection. So I click on create database. So here you can see a database has been created, and which is having just a demo collection right now. But what we can do, we will connect to our project and then run the app. So run the migration. So what you can do, you can simply copy this, and you can paste this code. I'll comment this out databases. So I'll put triple quotes here. So this would basically comment this section, triple quotes. And now I would paste this. You can do one thing. You can remove this client part because you are right now dealing with the local host, and by default it would detect this. So now you need to define your database name. So I would define my database. Oh, sorry. So my database name is this. This is my database, demo database. So I'll move to this here, and I'll type demo database. Okay, so this looks perfect. Now since I'm my connection is on, so I'll type Python manage.py make migrations, and this would make the migrations in my uh, database. So it says no changes detected. So now I can type python manage.py migrate. So here you can see all the migrations are being applied. So here you can see the migrations has been applied. Now I would move to my database, and I'll click on the refresh button, and here you can see, and I click on the demo database. Perfect. So I've got all the migrations of the Django here in my MongoDB database. So this looks perfectly fine. So you can create your models and then run the previous two command, that is migrate and migrations, and then you are get to go with this project running. So thank you guys for watching this video. So I'll catch up in the next tutorial. So here you can see I have made the project. You can also do one thing. You can type python manage.py run server. So this would run the app on your local machine. So you can simply copy this, and you can paste this on your browser, and here you can see that your Django project is perfectly running. So everything looks perfect. So this is how I made the settings in my database. This is the MongoDB collections what I've got, and the project is already running. But now we are trying to implement CRUD operations. Basically, there are four CRUD operations, that is create, read, update, and delete, and we are going to implement this using MongoDB. So first thing you can do is you can open this MongoDB Compass Community Edition, and you can click on Connect. When you click on Connect, you can in the last video I showed you how we created a demo database here. Then you can open the demo database, and here you can see all the migrations. The demo database has all the migrations we had done. So you can refer to the previous tutorial how we connected MongoDB to Django. It's very simple and it's very quick enough. So I can also give you a quick view. In settings.py file, you need to go into settings.py file, and what you need to do here, you need to make sure that this database engine is Djongo, and you have to install you have to make a demo database, and the name of that database is very much the same demo database, and you have to install a package called Djongo. So it can be easily installed by typing the command pip install Djongo. For any, like, if you want to see it as a demo purpose, you can refer to the previous video. Now what we are going to implement the CRUD operations. So we will go step by step, and we will see how we can create a app, and then how we can implement the CRUD operation in that app. So what you can do, you can simply copy this, or you can type on your VS Code Python manage.py start app demo app. So this would start a demo app inside your current project directory. And now what you can do, uh, till the time it's being creating a demo app, I can show you further commands. This is the one, like, I'll show you. We are going to implement a database model. So this is how we make a database model. We will make, then we will create a super user, and this is administration. I will show you that, and I'll simply show you. So okay, so let's get back to our tutorial. See, the demo app has been created. You can see the folder here, demo app, and it has a file called models.py file. Since I've created an app, demo app, I need to make sure add this application here, demo app. Okay, now what you need to do, I've already connected to my database, and the next thing I'm going to do, I'll move to models.py file, and I need to create a model here. So simply I'll create a model, and I'll create a basic model. See this one. I'll copy this and paste it here. Instead of this, I'll do class to do, and this is, instead of first name, I'll type task, and instead of the second last name, I'll do this to description. Description. So this is the description I'm going to have. Task is your models.char field, and this is the description here. I can increase the description to 100. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Now I have increased the description to 100, and now what we can do, inside my admin.py file, I can register this, and for that I know to what I need to do. I need to first import models from dot models, import everything. So I from dot models import star, and here you can see that I have registered. I can register a model here, so I can copy this and paste it here. Yeah, so here you can see I can import that model and register it here as an admin, so I can implement the CRUD operations. So I'll simply type to do. So to do is the model which I have to register, and I will create a super user at the same time. Python manage.py create super user. So this is the command I have to type to create the super user. So it will ask me to, like, username. So here you can give a username as admin. You can leave this email address. Password you have to be give a very simple one, and then again you can give a password. The make sure it's an easy one just for the demo purpose, and you can continue that. And now So this password seems to be too common, but you type y, that is yes, and it will create the super user. Now, since I created the model, database model, and I also registered that, so now what I will do, I will migrate this database. Python manage, sorry, Python manage.py make migrations. And now what I'll do, so here you can see it shows that create model to do. Now I'll migrate this Python manage.py, sorry, Python manage.py migrate. Now I will migrate this database. So yeah, here you can see. So I have made this, and now what I am going to do, I'll go to my demo database and I'll refresh this. Okay, so here you can see that I have got a demo app to do here. Here you can see demo app to do. Now what I'll do, I'll run this app Python manage.py manage.py run server. Okay, now the app will start at the local host. So I'll move to my local host. So like we have created the model, perfect. We have registered it as admin, perfect. And now okay, this seems to be something else, sorry. Yeah, now I have created an app which I told you that, and then we registered the app inside the installed apps directory as well. So we are going in the right direction. Now I'm at my local host. I'll refresh this, and you can see that I have my app successfully running. Now I will go to the admin/admin. So simply we refer to the documentation for the quick illustration of this, and you need to type in the username and password you had set. And what you need to do, then you can log in here, and here you can see I have to-dos. So you can add a to-do here. Simply we are going to implement the CRUD operation. So to-do number one. So hello world, I'll simply type hello world, anything you can give, hello world. And now I'll save this. Let me, I'll do save and add another, or I can save this. Yeah, so this has been saved, and here you can see the object says, yeah, this is, I have the object. Okay, so I'm clicking on save again. Yeah, but now when I move to my database, I click on this demo app to do, and here you can see that you have this data in the JSON format. So perfectly fine. So here you can see that I have the data in the JSON format. Since it's MongoDB, okay, I'll quickly show you. Yeah, you can see this in the JSON format. So, and this is the, you can also click on this button. So this would show you in the tabular form, and this would show you in the JSON form. So perfectly fine. So let's implement some few operations on that again. Now I click to the TodoApp project, and I get Todo number one edited. So I click save. So this has been edited. So when I move to my database, I'll click on refresh. I'll click here refresh button. Yeah, now it says to do number one edited. Now simply I can add another view. So to do number two, and I'll give the same description. Yeah, and then I can move to my database, refresh, I'll get another one, and now I can delete one. So that's makes the last purpose of a project. I'll delete this. Yes, I'm sure I'll delete this, and when I move to my database, I found it deleted. So that's perfectly found how we implement the CRUD operations. So thank you guys, thank you so much for joining us in this tutorial. So this was the quick purpose. You can simply create a to-do app and with the database,